Hello everyone, we are alive. So hopefully everybody can hear me. Once again, we are just performing the audio check. So let's see if who can hear me. Excellent, people can hear me. Right, so hello everyone, and welcome to what in theory should be the Get Drydock back on schedule after several months of being horrifically behind Drydock live stream. So this is for the Drydock questions from the November Patreon Drydock, hence episode 223. And in theory that means if I complete this one tonight, then at the end of this week when we get Patreon Drydock for December, then the next stream will be for December, so we'll actually be all caught up. So that's great. Thank you very much, Fushi Smith. And yeah, so let's get on with the questions. As most of you probably already be aware, we're going through the Patreon questions for the month in question, in this case November 1st. And then once I've finished that, we will go over to viewer questions and super chats, etc. For as long as is reasonably practical, and considering it's 8 o'clock now, I think we can probably easily get through to at least 11. I do need to sleep because I'm preparing for I'm actually already starting to prepare for my trip to the US in February. So spoiler alert, later on, once we've gone through the Patreon questions, I'll be talking about a few details of that. Obviously I will be putting that up in a bit more detail in a more permanent more widespread location, but for those of you who have decided to tune in, you get some initial spoilers ahead of everybody else, so hopefully that'll be good. Mark Bass, no, I'm in one corner of my library, so I did debate moving around. So I did the first one in here over there, and I suppose there's there's two, maybe three more angles I can do in here, but the setup's suited to this, so it is what it is. Also, yeah, don't worry, I'm not going full Sasquatch. I had the rather interesting experience of turning on my electric razor to trim everything, trim my beard and all sorts, and I discovered that battery was dead. So I tried charging it up overnight, and no, the battery's definitely dead, and that happened just in time for everything to shut down for 5 days, because of course it's the Christmas weekend. So next time you see me, I might look a little bit more neat and tidy and less like something you dragged in off the street, but never mind. So, starting off with, if the gods wanted us to be happy, they would have given us a honey-based alcoholic beverage, Oh Look Mead, one of the most accurate user titles I've ever seen. He asks, following the Anglo-German naval treaty, if the Admiralty agrees to send its best engineer, that being myself, to help quote unquote the Germans rebuild the Kriegsmarine, you have 2020 hindsight. How can you help the Germans improve the Kriegsmarine for World War II? So assuming that I actually have to help them, then assuming I've got complete 2020 hindsight, that Anglo-German naval treaty gives me a fair bit of time. So first priority is going to be getting a 127 or 128mm dual purpose gun. That's something I keep coming back to. Second priority is going to be scrapping the useless single shot 37mm medium anti-aircraft gun and getting something that at least has a semblance of automatic firing involved. And there's lots of little things you can do. You can correct the magnetic detonators on German torpedoes before the war starts. You can tell them that maybe putting the biggest guns humanly possible on their destroyers such that they want to roll over and sink as soon as they leave the dock is not necessarily such a good idea either. There's lots of little refinements you can do. The single biggest change, if you like, is probably to prioritize the completion of Graf Zeppelin and probably hit Goering over the head with a frying pan in order to get the resources necessary for Graf Zeppelin to have an air group. But ultimately, all of these things are going to inflict more losses on the Allies, but you can't do a tremendous amount to actually win the war other than just you can give the Kriegsmarine to give a better showing of itself. That's about it, because the industrial lopsidedness of the war and the limitations, not just the economy and the starting points, but also the limitations of German shipyards. I mean, you can't build a fleet that's going to win, because you've only got so many shipyards. If you start building earlier, the British can start modernising and rearming earlier. If you build a few super ships, then, well, the British will probably just try and match you, and so with the Americans. The French might give it a go. They're in the similar infrastructure issues to yourself, but yeah, the other problem is a super ship will take longer to build, and there's even fewer places that you can actually build it in. So yeah. Jeffrey Papiers asks, suppose in 1922 a crazy billionaire bought the 4 incomplete Lexington-class hulls slated for scrapping and placed them into storage. In 1938, with the world going crazy, he gives them back to the Navy, which completes 2 of them as additional carriers to pretty much a similar design to Lexington and Saratoga. The other 2 are finished in a modernised capital ship format with greatly improved anti-aircraft defence, possibly like the Constellation from World of Warships. Assuming all 4 ships escape Pearl Harbor, how much could they change the situation in the Pacific? For example, might Admiral Fletcher have continued his run on Wake Island if he had an extra flight deck and 2 fast capital ship anti-aircraft escorts? With Fletcher, I don't know. I mean, in theory, looking at it from the future, obviously we know that if he had 2 extra Lexington class carriers plus a couple of heavy AA escort fast capital ships, then plus the force he had originally, he would considerably overpower on paper the Japanese force that's present. The problem is that US intelligence wasn't 100% on exactly what the Japanese had there or where they were, and given that they'd just been hit at Pearl Harbor, then they were obviously somewhat risk averse at that stage. So I think Fletcher would probably have been ordered to turn around. It's possible someone might go for a quick victory, but it would be incredibly risky. I mean, it was incredibly risky for Fletcher to throw the force that he had into the unknown, which is why they ordered him to turn back. I suppose the balance would come down to whether higher up the chain of command they thought that Fletcher had a big enough force to deal with anything he might run into, or if they would become even more paranoid that losing a force that large might even more adversely affect their chances, especially given it would be riding on the back of the defeat of Pearl Harbor. Because obviously, the Japanese have a lot of carriers at that point, so they could have some additional ones hiding out around there, who knows. But in terms of changing the situation in the Pacific overall, it's a huge change. The 2 fast capital ship anti-aircraft escorts, they're nice to have, but they're not as likely to dramatically change things. I mean, they might save Yorktown at Midway, for example, if they're available, or they might save Lexington at Coral Sea, but that's a big might, because US anti-aircraft capabilities in the first half of 1942 are considerably less than what they are in late 42, which is considerably less than they are in 43, and so on and so on and so forth. So, the VT fused mass blanket of anti-aircraft fire where there's 20 mils and 40 mils stuck on every conceivable surface, that's not the case in early 42. So a pair of AA Lexington hulls might not hit anything, or might not really do enough to disrupt the attacks. But the 2 additional Lexington carrier hulls, that will change a huge amount, because that, as long as they don't all immediately explode the way Lexington does, that immediately puts the US at a numbers advantage over the Japanese in almost every battle they're going to be engaging in. Because, you think about, for even disregarding the displacement of the individual flight decks, if you add a pair of Lexingtons to the Battle of Coral Sea, now the US has more flight decks on hand. If you add 2 more flight decks to Midway, so the Americans now have 5, then they are still at a numerical advantage. And obviously, when you have a numerical advantage and a lot more aircraft, the chances of losing any individual carrier are, in theory at least, somewhat less, because you have a greater combat air patrol pool to draw on. And that chains down the line into Guadalcanal with Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz. So, you know, mid-case scenario, you probably, given... I mean, having additional flight decks isn't going to stop, Wasp being destroyed, for example. But if you think about Yorktown, Lexington, and Hornet, all of those are lost in action against enemy carrier-based aircraft assault. Could they have been saved if there was an additional carrier hull out there with additional fighter support on hand? Possibly. Then again, US fighter support in 1942 was pretty atrocious, so they might just miss it anyway, or those new ships might become targets. So I would say mid-case, the battles themselves are probably going to end more in the US's favour, i.e. the Japanese carrier force is going to be attritioned a lot sooner. But for the sake of fairness, on balance, I'd say maybe the 3 theoretically savable carriers probably would be 1 saved and 1 damaged rather than sunk. So you're not going to save everything, but even then, you've got your 2 additional hulls that you'd have anyway, plus a 3rd. So at minimum, you're probably going into the start of 1943 with 4 large carrier hulls available in theatre, plus Enterprise, back in refit, which again puts you on the front foot when it comes to going into 43. You don't necessarily have to wait for the Essexes to show up if you don't want to. Bain asks, I know you'd mentioned at some point in the past you're working on prototyping a naval combat trading card game. Could you discuss some of the considerations for the cards and mechanics you developed, and would it be possible to get some kind of publicly available listing of all the cards so people interested in card games could look over them and provide feedback and playtesting? So yeah, that was basically, I was using a Magic the Gathering card builder piece of software, and and I've still got the listing of everything I wanted to build, I think, somewhere, but I was trying to build a couple of deck sets of mostly World War II aligned Magic cards. So we're using destroyers, cruisers, aircraft carriers, battleships, battle cruisers, etc. And I'd worked out fairly standard, attack defense numbers, some interesting mechanics. I mean, I've played Magic the Gathering for ages, so I know a reasonable amount about it. I had submarines, aircraft. The aircraft was spawning torpedo tokens, which you could then sacrifice to deal damage. And then you kind of had different colors for the different nations, and so on. So it was the main thing was I ran out of time to, I think I did about 60 cards, and then I just ran out of time, and I basically have never gotten around to getting back to it. So at some point, when I've finished a couple of projects I'm working on in the background, and I've done the 3rd February trip to the States, etc., I might have enough spare time on my hands to pick it all up and expand it out to, because the thing is, I've got 60 cards, but there's 60 cards I kind of went at random in producing to test concepts out. So I'd want to get sort of maybe 3 or 4 decks worth done, maybe 5 decks for the 5 main colors. 5 main colors: Earth, Fire, Water, Dark, Light. Am I missing one? Don't think so. Red, Blue, Green, Black, White. Why do I feel like I'm missing one? Anyway, so yeah, if I get round to actually finishing, a deck per nation, per major fleets, I got Germany, the UK, the US, France. So Germany, the UK, US, Japan, and I think kind of Italy and France, I think they're sharing a colour. But anyway, yeah, it's something that I'll probably try and finish off at some point next year. So we'll see how that goes and see what people think about it afterwards. Um, Daniel Barak asked, "What if the Japanese get 99 stealth and manage to continue building all the ships that at least blatantly break the treaty rules without withdrawing from the treaties or triggering the escalator clause? Would this have any meaningful effect on the Allied navies in the build-up to World War II? And would they have any more luck in the Pacific War? Would this delay ships like the Essexes and the Iowas? And could that delay mean the Allied navies in the meantime drop the new designs?" So, I mean, obviously it doesn't really affect the French all that much. So when you're looking at the US and the UK, it affects the US more because, of course, the British escalator clause battleships were the Lions, which they never got around to finishing. I'm just trying to think. I mean, on the one hand, in theory, the Americans have a couple of years from the outbreak of World War II to start their build-up in relative peace, even if they don't know that Japan is breaking the treaty limits. But at the same time, if everybody's still sticking to the treaty, then the British can serve notice that they're abrogating the treaty because they're at war in 1939. Technically speaking, the US can't, because technically speaking, if the US isn't at war, it's still bound by the treaties. They can still choose to abrogate it if, the British said, well, we're abrogating it. The French are probably going to as well. But if the Japanese... Well, yeah, I suppose it also depends what the Italians are doing as well, because if the Japanese and the Italians are still playing ball, and Britain and France are at war with Germany, would that... I think the British probably would say, look, we're invoking our wartime right to abrogate the treaty because they need more cruisers and destroyers than the treaty allows for. But they might do a selective abrogation in order to, just have those done and try and keep a lid on battleships, etc. anyway. So where that's going to affect, it's going to delay some of the British rearmament, and things like the Implacables will be somewhat delayed. They were delayed anyway. Whereas for the US, design work for things like the Iowas and the Essexes, etc., those, and even possibly even the build order for Hornet, those will be delayed. It's just going to depend on exactly by how long. If the US looks at the war in Europe and goes, stuff it, if France and Britain are selectively abrogating the treaty, we also are, then at least for something like Essex, it might not change the timeline too much. But if they stick to the letter of the treaty and they only abrogate it when the Japanese attack them, then you could be looking at quite a significant delay, as in maybe a year or two on the compared to the original timeline, which could be an interesting one, certainly. Manani Wanderer asks, you can swap 2 US and 2 British museum ships with ships that were scrapped. Which ships do you swap and why? So I get to bring back 2 US and 2 British museum ships that were scrapped, but I have to lose a pair of museum ships at the same time. Okay. So 2 of the candidates to bring back are easy: Enterprise and Warspite. They're obviously coming back. I would probably bring back, for the British, I'd bring back Dreadnought as well as Warspite. For the US, what do you bring back in as well as Enterprise? Because you've got almost all the fast battleships still around. I mean, it's very tempting to bring back Washington because of her, feats against Hiroshima, but you already have a North Carolina class. Personally, if I was going to bring back other ship, American ship, I would bring back a New Mexico personally, but that's because I really, really like the New Mexicos. I can't bring back Johnston or Roberts because they weren't scrapped, they were sunk. The question specifically says were scrapped. So what did the US send to the breakers that they don't already have? I mean, it'd be tempting to bring back Saratoga, but at the same time, if you're already bringing back Enterprise and you've already got Midway and 4 Essexes, you're going to be absolutely covered in aircraft carriers. I kind of want to bring back, because Georgios Averof is the world's only armoured cruiser that's left, so you could bring back a Tennessee or Pennsylvania class armoured cruiser. That might be an interesting one. No. USS Pennsylvania. Or is it Philadelphia? I forget now. The big ship of the line that the US built. The US's only first-rate ship of the line. Yeah, that would be what I'd bring back along with Enterprise. Now, as far as what you sacrifice, well, in the US, that's relatively easy because there's a lot of museum ships in the US and quite a number of them are relatively small and relatively numerous. I mean, there's a lot of submarines, there's a lot of destroyers, especially Fletchers, around. So you could pick any two of those and in exchange for a first-rate ship of the line and USS Enterprise, that'd be an easy trade. For the British, though, we don't have that many museum ships to start with. So what would I get rid of? That's an interesting one. I mean, on the one hand, it would be very tempting to maybe trade in M33 down in Portsmouth for one of them, because it's a very, very small monitor. On the other hand, it's also the only ship I think that's left over from the Gallipoli campaign. I mean, it depends how far you want to stretch the definition of museum ship, because we do have one or two ships that were museums that have been closed and are quietly rotting away in corners, that we in theory could then get rid of without much of a trade-off. But I think that may be slightly against the spirit of the question. Yeah, I don't necessarily think I would want to drop Cavalier because she's the only World War II destroyer that we've got left. I mean, there's Haida in Canada, but one, she's in Canada, and two, she is Canadian. It's actually a really difficult one because any one that we lost, I mean, in theory, I suppose you could maybe look at Unicorn and Trincomalee and go, they're both leader class, so maybe we drop one. And that buys us maybe Warspite, but then what do we drop to get Dreadnought? Because Victory is the only ship of the line that we've got. It's the only ship of the line, period. SS Great Britain's one of a kind. Warrior is one of a kind. Alliance is one of a kind. The list kind of goes on. Caroline is one of a kind. At that point, I'd probably be going through physical museums and finding something relatively small and inoffensive, but is technically a museum ship, and going, right, well, look, we understand that this preserved tug or yacht or whatever is all very well and good, but you're getting Dreadnought instead. um, yeah, that actually took a bit more thinking than I thought it would. October Nid asks, what is your favourite naval battle in Star Wars, and why is it Scarif? Um, well, it depends what you mean. If you mean Star Wars as in the films, or if you include the EU, etc., as well. But yeah, if we're just looking at the movies thus far, then yes, Battle of Scarif in Rogue One would have to be a joint favourite. I also really like Return of the Jedi. The one thing is that Scarif is in glorious 4K, and it's the original trilogy Star Wars stuff. I think if somebody went and redid Return of the Jedi, frame for frame, but with Rogue One scale CGI, and putting the additional laser bolts and turbo laser blasts, ion cannon blast torpedoes, fighter numbers and ship numbers that probably should have been there, but obviously with just doing everything via physical models they were more limited in, that would then easily become my favourite. But yeah, for the minute it's got to be Scarif, because let's face it, in Empire Strikes Back you don't really have any major space battles. You've got the asteroid chase scene, but that doesn't really count. The attack on the Death Star in Episode 4 is just, well, it's a handful of fighters over what's effectively a planetary surface, even though it's technically a space station. Again, you've got the fighter attack on the big Doom ship, which is in Force Awakens and Phantom Menace. There's not really any major naval battle at all in in Attack of the Clones, and whilst there are some redeeming qualities to the Battle of Coruscant in Episode 3, it is a little bit of a chaotic nightmare mess, to be perfectly frank. So yeah. And then of course, tragically, the entire Star Wars franchise, as far as movies are concerned, tragically died. Everybody was killed in a massive 64 person pile up on I-95 after the filming of Episode 7, so who knows. Jeffrey Papiers asks, if all the capital ships and fleet carriers lost by the Royal Navy in World War II suddenly reappeared in Scapa Flow tomorrow, with every component in perfect factory condition and all previously lost crew members alive and well, what do you think the modern Royal Navy would do with the ships once all the paranormal investigations were complete? Do you think you could see some of the faster, more modern ones like Hood or Prince of Wales modernised for active service, or would they all be turned into museums? Or would the government bean counters just scrap them? Okay, so all capital ships and fleet carriers lost in World War II. So that's Glorious, Courageous, Ark Royal, Hermes, if we want to be generous. And then you've got Prince of Wales, Hood, Barham, Royal Oak, and Repulse. I don't think any of the carriers could be modernised for active service, to be perfectly honest. They're just not large enough. Certainly Courageous and Glorious are just, and Hermes are no. Ark Royal, Ark Royal's tall enough. There may be some marginal value in maybe making Ark Royal into an HMS Ocean replacement, if you could persuade the Treasury to part with the money. The battleships, they're big hulls, which is nice, but Barham, Royal Oak, they're not. They're far too slow. Prince of Wales, again, the cost of refitting it into a missile ship a la Kentucky or something is again far too high. And given the treasury, I think it would probably come down to a three-way fight between Prince of Wales, Hood, and Repulse as to what gets turned into a museum ship, and I think Hood's going to win that. So I think we get one, maybe two museum battleships if we're lucky, and maybe Ark Royal gets turned into Ocean's replacement. But other than that, the rest of it is probably just going to either sadly go to the scrappers, or maybe they put them up for auction, and somebody gets to privately own a battleship or an aircraft carrier, which, let's face it, probably means that some of them will be heading over to the States. Showtime 100 saying the battle Coruscant is chaotic and messy because it was supposed to be. I mean, yeah, I get the idea that it's supposed to be a chaotic, messy, pell-mell battle, but at the same time, it is so chaotic and messy. If I had been a squadron commander in that battle, I would have cleaned house really, really fast. There's no structure to it. See, there's a difference between something like the Battle of Trafalgar, which is chaotic and messy, but still, when you analyze it, has a certain amount of structure left to it. And the Battle of Coruscant, which is basically somebody grabbed a bunch of Venator's, Providence's, Munificence, and the odd Doom Donut and just scattered them like sprinkles on a cake. Mike Lemus 777 asks, suppose the Washington Naval Treaty was ratified after a few more concessions. Tosa and Kaga get to be completed as battleships. The US Navy keeps Washington and gets a pair of Sodak 1920s, etc., etc. In this scenario, the British were able to retain an extra 3 improved Admiral class, nearing completion, and permission to build Nelson and Rodney. However, the British are given the option of constructing Nelson and Rodney as G3s, but in return they must sell the nearly finished Admirals to Australia 2 and Canada 1, and both nations magically have the manpower and resources to accept and operate said ships. Would the British take up the option, or would they rather keep all of their ships under Royal Navy service? And how might this affect the war in the Atlantic and perhaps the Pacific? And that's my reminder that I did not put my phone on silent. And now I did. Right. So, Washington Naval Treaty. I think if the US has a pair of Sodaks and the Japanese have Tosa and Kaga, the British are definitely going to go for a pair of G3s, because if they don't, then they're going to be the only ones. Well, I suppose if they have the Admirals, technically they have 4 above 35,000 tonners, but they are all battle cruisers. Technically Dash Force battleships, I know, but they are, several years behind the design curve compared to Tosa, Kaga, and the pair of South Dakotas. Whereas the G3s are current design. So I think the British would go for the G3 option for Nelson and Rodney. And let's face it, they know that the Canadians and the Australians, if push comes to shove and there's a huge throwdown in the interwar period, they're going to be pretty confident the Canadian and Australian navies are going to side with them, especially given that the most likely threat is Japan. So I don't think they would have too much of a problem with selling - gifting the Australians and the Canadians the 3 Admiral class. I mean, they were perfectly happy for the Australians to have HMS Australia before, and they were perfectly happy for Canada to think about paying for or purchasing their own capital ships. So, yeah, I think they would go for that option. As far as the war in the Atlantic and the war in the Pacific, there could be some interesting knock-on implications because, of course, for the war in the Atlantic, then Canada's Hood or Canada's Admiral class is just going to be there. So, it might remain in Halifax, it might scoot over to to scupper flow and help out, but that's effectively on the cards already. But compared to a situation where they might have 4 admirals plus Nelson and Rodney in their historical forms, they are going to be down a couple of fast capital ships because the Australians are going to keep at least one of their admirals in home waters, pretty much similar to how they did with the county class that they had, and that's fair enough. What you might see is, assuming that they're both in service at the same time, Australia might put one of their admirals in the Mediterranean, based at Alexandria, to help out the way that Sydney and Perth and the Scrap Iron Flotilla did, whilst they keep the other one as the core of their home forces. Which then does make the War in the Pacific quite interesting, because it means that there is an Admiral-class battlecruiser floating around in Australian waters when the Japanese start heading south, which might change Japanese calculations a little bit. Might also make for an interesting Force Z, because if Force Z, rocks up with maybe a G3, and then an Admiral shows up as well, that's a very different force to Repulse and Prince of Wales. Not, plus, Repulse and Prince of Wales might show up as well. Sean Riley's pointing out, an Admiral class, presumably somewhat modernised, rocking up at the Battle of Java Sea. What would the Japanese have put there instead of what they had at Java Sea? Because they would know that there's an Admiral class there somewhere. So they would have to make allowances for things. John Plate asked, it's World War II and the German U-boats are a menace. The UK government turns to Howard Hughes. He has a fleet of 36 H4 Hercules and they all work as intended. Would the UK government use this, and how would the Germans counter that? Okay, so, I suppose, again, we are assuming, hand waving that everybody's going to go along with it. Oh, yes, the Hercules, the spruce. oh boy. Obviously you do have the slight problem that it's future tech, so because it's it's a late 1940s aircraft. So if anything, if there's a fleet of these things rocking around, the first thing the British are going to do is take one or more of them apart to figure out how to give their engine technology, for example, a couple of years of a bump ahead. But in terms of everything else, in terms of range, for example, the single biggest help that they have with these is that there is immediately no air gap in the mid-Atlantic, which is going to make things a lot more difficult for the Germans. So the first thing they're probably going to do is stick a bunch of defensive armament, because they've still got to get across into the middle Atlantic and they might run into condors, and then see how many depth charges and so forth they can fit on them. And then they're probably then going to have relay flights, I would imagine, with that kind of range. They're probably going to maybe base them out of Iceland if the weather's good enough. And then admittedly it's a limited number of aircraft, but they're able to completely close the mid-Atlantic gap, which is going to significantly impact U-boat operations, especially since you can see the impact that having a handful of liberators did on closing that air gap. And there weren't actually as many liberators initially on patrol as there are in this scenario of 36 of these Hercules. I'm not sure how long that relatively limited number of aircraft would last, given that their operating conditions are the mid-Atlantic. But even if they collectively as a fleet only last for a year or two, that's going to be enough, because by the end of that period, what's 41, late 41, early 42, it'll be so clear that losing that capability would have a major effect on things that something will be blocked in as an interim to replace it. Although as Galdar Iona is pointing out, the idea of this kind of almost aerial ship of the line battle between a militarized spruce goose and a condor, that would be fascinating to watch. Now, Cat2V asks, rather than trying to maximize hangar space on their carriers, both Japan and the United States immediately follow the armored carrier doctrine after their initial conversion. So you've got Lexington, Saratoga, Akagi, and Kaga, but so Hiryu, Soryu, Shikaku, Zuikaku, and the Yorktowns are all armoured carriers. How much does this increased durability and smaller air group size impact the early Pacific campaigns, i.e. Pearl Harbor through to the Solomons? It's going to be pretty devastating for the Japanese, to be perfectly honest, because, okay, both sides are going to have smaller air groups anyway, so there's that. But assuming, for whatever reason, that nothing else changes, the US aircraft with 1,000-pound bombs, okay, they're not necessarily going to hit quite as hard as they do historically, but as was seen in the Mediterranean, a 1,000-pound bomb can still get through an armoured flight deck and do a reasonable amount of damage to the hangar space. And given that the Japanese aircraft carriers were generally lost, especially in 1942, that because things in the hangar would catch fire and the ship would then burn down, it probably doesn't manifestly affect how many Japanese carriers are lost. It might affect how much damage is done by some of the Guadalcanal campaign battles, where you had scout dauntlesses which were armed with lighter weight bombs, but there's relatively few of those. Where it's really going to sting is the Japanese, because the Japanese have the 550-pounder, and a 3-inch armed flight deck is going to relatively comfortably reject that. So, I mean, Lexington is Lexington, so, you know, she's a conversion, she's not going to benefit from that. But, say, for example, Yorktown, the crippling hit she took at Coral Sea, which may have partially influenced her loss at Midway, because she was unable to get up to quite the same speed that she was able to before, because they just patched her up. The hit that Yorktown took, she'd shrug off. And, you know, the same thing with Hornet at Santa Cruz. There's a lot of hits that, with the 550-pounders, which they would probably just go, yeah, okay, that's cute. You know, brush the debris off, put some quickset concrete in the dent in the flight deck and carry on. Now, of course, if everybody knows that everybody's going for armoured flight decks, then the Japanese may well, you know, put out a specification for a higher performance dive bomber that can carry a 1,000-pound or greater bomb. So, you know, actions, reactions, etc. But if we were purely just changing the nature of the carriers, it massively benefits the US, because they can still hit and hurt the Japanese, and the Japanese ability to hit and hurt the US carriers is massively reduced comparatively. So we're 1/3 of the way through the Patreon questions at this point. Avoid Shisnas asks, King George III decided that Parliament are being overly obstinate with the colonies and grants their wishes for representation and directs the Royal Navy to make a major naval base in the Americas. Where is this base likely to be located, and what fallout will this new base likely cause for the Royal Navy and other navies of the day? So, assuming that the 13 colonies stay part of the British Empire, the major naval base is almost certainly going to be Boston, and that's largely because Boston was already a relatively important naval base for the British anyway. So if you look at any number of naval skirmishes and battles that occurred in the Caribbean, Western Atlantic, etc., in the, you know, the 7 Years' War, in the run-up to the American War of Independence and so forth, then you have a large number of times where a British ship is damaged, and the next thing you read in its log is sailed north to Boston for a refit. So a lot of those facilities are already there. So I think Boston would be, if they were told, right, you have to make a major naval base over there as part of our deal to keep the 13 colonies loyal, Boston's the natural choice. A lot of the stuff's already there, and also was a bit of a hotbed for the revolution. So, placating dash also keeping an eye on them with a major Royal Navy presence would probably be certainly a fairly significant factor in that decision. They're probably then going to expand things, because the one major limitation of Boston is that, given that the main axis of threat at that point in the Western Atlantic region is now going to be the Caribbean, Boston is at the other end of the US seaboard, albeit it's kind of halfway up the now British seaboard, because obviously they have Canada as well. But you might see the development of Norfolk as a naval base eventually, on the grounds that it's further south, it's closer to the Caribbean, it makes turnaround times easier, as a kind of a secondary base in addition to Boston. Plus, it's going to be subject to slightly less terrible weather in the winter. Which is also going to be an interesting thing. In February, when I fly to the States, I'm going to be landing in Boston. So given that apparently everyone in the northern states is experiencing literally Arctic weather at the moment, it'd be interesting to see what temperature Boston is in mid-February. I should probably take a coat. Kevin Weber asks, I've seen many alternate history videos on Midway, but not this one. What if the Japanese had foresight and attacked Midway on the way back from the Pearl Harbor attack, meeting up with an invasion fleet? How good were Midway's defences at the time, and would it be a cakewalk? Would the carrier aircraft still have enough fuel and ammunition to support an invasion? Would the Japanese taking Midway at that time pose a greater threat than in 1942, after the US had started to rebuild? Or would logistical challenges still limit its effectiveness? Assume Pearl Harbor happens as it did, and the Japanese do have the resources for this invasion. Okay, so the single largest problem the Japanese are going to be facing is fuel for their carriers. Now, they do have oilers with them. They do have a at-sea refueling doctrine. I mean, they needed it just to get to Pearl Harbor. But they really, really would be pushing it. And also the other thing is, some of the forces that they had at Pearl Harbor were historically part of the escort force for the invasion force. And if they're doing this at the same time as Pearl Harbor, they don't have some of the staging areas that they would use for the historical attack on Midway. They're leaving a lot behind them. So it's a big risk, a big roll of the dice. But if they're sending out the invasion convoy to Midway, I mean, that's going to divert resources from the Philippines, for one thing, which is going to be interesting. But at the same time, yes, Midway doesn't have a huge number of defences. Flip side, the Japanese don't have a tremendous experience in amphibious assaults either. Just look at what happened at Wake Island for that. But, I mean, the Japanese had fuel and ammunition still aboard their carriers. They could have done a third wave. They chose not to, but it wasn't for lack of fuel or lack of ammunition. So yeah, the Japanese carriers could have launched a several-day air campaign against whatever was at Midway at the time. Could they then have taken it by sheer mass numbers and improvised battleship gunfire support? I mean, probably. I mean, apart from anything else, the whatever US forces are present at the time are going to know they're not going to get reinforcement, because Pearl Harbor's just been hit. So they know nothing's coming, at which point it's kind of heroic last stand or organized surrender. But either way, Midway will probably fall, albeit kind of like with Wake Island, there will probably be very disproportionate casualties compared to what on paper you would expect. It will be a fairly major threat for the US because, of course, it has an air base. The Japanese, at the limit of what the Japanese wanted as their defensive perimeter. So if they're lucky enough to snatch it in mid to late December 41, they're going to spend time fortifying it, putting aircraft on it. So it won't be like Wake Island or Rabaul or Truk, where you can bypass it to a certain extent. You would have to hammer it if you did want to bypass it and not bother with retaking it, you would have to hammer it really hard and keep up the pressure. Now, that's not necessarily impossible to do, but it would be a big delay in getting things moving. And of course, if you don't retake it, then you have one less staging post for the island hopping campaign. Fletcher's fetching Fletcher, fletching Fletcher, fetching Fletcher's Fletcher, fletchings. Oh boy, I'm sure there's a grammar to that. Asks, the Axis powers gain complete intelligence reports about Project Habakkuk at the height of UK's enthrallment with the project. What reactions would each major Axis navy make to this new threat? The Japanese would say we don't care. It's not in the Pacific. The Italians would go, we don't care. It's not in the Mediterranean. The Germans would go, we'd love to care, and we do care, but there's precious little we can do about it. Considering the thing, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, was supposed to be built in Canada. They built the test ships there. And let's face it, Canada does have a ready source of wood pulp and the appropriate weather half the time. So, yeah. Once it's completed or under testing, or once the Germans get wind of where it is, they would make a concerted effort to try and destroy it. But you would have the problem of trying to destroy 1,000,000+ tons of pikecrete, which is not going to be easy. And of course, being a massive torpedo magnet, it's going to be, because let's face it, there's no point in attacking it with Condors. It's going to have more than enough aircraft to shoot them down, and no Condor on the planet carries enough munitions to really do much more than scratch the thing. So it would have to be kind of a wolf pack attack, but you can imagine there'd be a couple of flotillas worth of Flower class in permanent escort around the thing. So yeah, 2 of the 3 Axis navies aren't really going to care all that much. The Germans are going to be trying to scratch their heads trying to figure out what exactly they can do to try and attack it. But then again, they don't necessarily have to go with the most conventional things, because the thing is, Habakkuk can't move very fast and would be incredibly large relative to most other ships. So the idea of something like a U-boat carrying a massive, multi-ton limpet, kind of like a supersized X-craft, to come up underneath and then release this gargantuan bomb straight up into the underside of the hull of a Habakkuk, they might try that, because that's probably going to be a lot safer for them than trying to do torpedo attacks on it from a few thousand yards away. I mean, if it was in the Pacific, the Japanese might just load up load up one of their cruiser subs with like the entire payload just of explosive, and get an early kamikaze crew to just sail up underneath and pull the trigger. But the Germans value their crew a little bit more than that. Alternate historian Turtleduck asks, in the law of Kaiserreich, the German High Seas Fleet and the British Royal Navy fight a second Battle of Jutland in 1921 with the same commanders on both sides. My question is, if the war continued into 1921, what would the two fleets look like, and how would the fictional battle go? The war in mainland Europe is over, with the Central Europe powers victorious, and the British blockade was forced to end in 1919 after an incident with a couple of American flag merchant ships. Well, I mean, the whole Kaiserreich scenario, to be perfectly fair, is a lot of hand-waving to magic the Germans into winning. But, I mean, the blockade doesn't really change all that much in terms of German shipbuilding capability, to be perfectly honest, because the Germans are still, their infrastructure is limited, their financial resources are limited. And even if the war is over, then, ships take years to build and years still more to plan. So the fact that the war is over in, I don't know, 1920 or 1921, something like that, isn't going to change all that much in terms of what the Germans could be building. Also, if the British blockade is forced to end in 1919, I think this is something the people who wrote Kaiser Reich probably haven't appreciated. The harvest of 1918 was awful. The fact that the blockade ended with the end of the war saved a lot of lives, and plus there was, the Spanish flu. So even if the British blockade ends in, let's say, mid-1919, the fact is that Germans are going to be massively short of food. There's going to be mass starvation. There's going to be mass rioting, no matter what happens with the ground campaign. And, well, then everyone catches the Spanish flu on top of that, which I suppose will solve the starvation problem if enough people die, but that's not exactly helping the Germans that much, is it? Nonetheless, looping back around to the naval side of things, if we ignore that element of it, so compared to the historical Battle of Jutland, the British will have completed the Revenge class, and obviously Queen Elizabeth will be around because she was in refit at the time. The British also have Renown and Repulse. They have Courageous and Glorious, for what questionable good that is. They would, by 1921, also have a number of actual dedicated aircraft carriers, whatever form Furious is in at that point. They'll have Eagle, they'll have Argus. Hermes, probably not, to be fair, not in service by 21. They'll have the 4 Admiral class, the Hoods, or Admirals, whatever you want to call them. Now, the Germans will have Hindenburg, obviously, Bayern and Baden, Saxon and Württemberg, probably the Mackensons. The Germans were having real problems finishing their capital ships, though. On paper, Saxon and Württemberg should have been ready but well before the end of the war, but they weren't because of, again, resource shortages. So you could definitely say the Mackensons are going to be there. And I'd probably put good money on Saxon and Württemberg being there. The Ersatz Yorks, maybe, depending on the resource issues, but I think that's probably about as far as you could push it. And the thing is, with the Ersatz Yorks coming into play, the British are going to have at least a follow-on ship class going in, maybe Battlecruiser 1919 put into play as well. So the British are still going to have a significant numerical advantage, and in fact a greater one, both in terms of numbers and firepower, as compared to they did historically. And then you've got Wise, Jellicoe and Beatty still in their respective command positions 5 years later, but never mind. So 6831 pointing out, yeah, air attacks on the German fleet, yes. And this is, that's the other thing, which again, possibly I don't know the full details of the law of Kaiser Reich, but one of the things the British were planning for autumn 1918 was a massed torpedo aircraft attack on the high seas fleet that would make Pearl Harbor look like a kid's play. They didn't manage to pull it off because the Sopwith Cuckoo, which was their chosen torpedo bomber, wasn't available in large enough numbers. Everything else they needed to pull off the attack was. And when they realised they weren't going to have enough Cuckoos by autumn 1918, they went, okay, right, well, we'll have to do it in spring at 1919, which also gives them a chance to finish off at least partially Eagle. So yeah, that's the other thing to take into account. How many German ships are actually left afloat? Because, okay, the torpedo carried by the Sopwith Cuckoo is not as powerful as the torpedoes that would be carried by the Kates at Pearl Harbor. However, German torpedo defences are not as necessarily quite as strong because their ships obviously haven't had interwar refits. Their anti-aircraft defences are laughably simple, to the point that they basically probably make not much odds at all. And unlike Pearl Harbor, when the Japanese were throwing several hundred aircraft, which were a mix of fighters for suppression and dive bombers for dive bombing, surprisingly enough, and then their torpedo bombers were split between dropping heavy anti-shipping bombs and dropping torpedoes. So you only get something like a few dozen torpedo bombers present at Pearl Harbor. The British were just going to go all in with about 120 Cuckoos. So, you know, just by sheer numbers, you drop that many torpedoes into Wilhelmshaven, you'll hit something. So there may not be a huge amount, there may not be that much of the high seas fleet left by 1921 to face off in an attack. And even if they do, well, if the British got a reasonable amount of success attacking Wilhelmshaven in 1919, they're probably going to keep it up, and they'll do it again during this battle. Which, yeah, that's going to be a problem for the Germans. Saul Ginsler asks, okay, this is a long one. Let me just see if I can summarize it. Okay, Japan, it's 1932. Japan has a magic oil well, the UK has a magic money tree, and Germany has a magic Drydock that completes a battleship and a heavy cruiser per year of a design that they historically possessed in that year. I'm in charge of the British. The difference is that the Japanese will not attack Pearl Harbor and draw the US into the war. The US will be convinced to join the UK in late 42 and from then on will assist. Japan will not engage in the US or UK in the Pacific War. They're just going to be happily beating up China. You can commission US yards and factories to build anything you want. The US still has its technologies, etc., etc. France will fall. Italy will still join. You don't need to retake Europe. How do you prepare for war? What do you have the US produce, and how would you save Royal Oak? Will Hood get her refit? So, okay, so it's basically Japan is a non-entity for this theoretical conflict. The Germans are basically going to build their historical fleet plus an additional heavy cruiser and battleship a year. But it's 1932, and as the British I now basically have infinite money. So realistically, stage one, me with future knowledge, I'm going on a massive spree of expanding dry docks and shipyards to be able to accept ships with larger hull dimensions. And I'm going to drop huge amounts of money on my armour and gun and engine producing infrastructure so that I can build multiple capital ships a year, more than the 2 per year that was historically the case by the mid to late 1930s. Now that's probably going to take at least 3 or 4 years to fully complete. So let's say that's going to take until mid 1935. I can provisionally start the the modernization process early because I have the 4.5-inch gun, because that's on Ark Royal. So I can start hauling in the QEs for modernization, Renown, Repulse, Hood, and let's see, if I'm doing those at the rate of 1 a year, let's say starting in 33, so 33, 34, 35, 36. So that's the historically completed ones will have gone in by 36. That gives me 37, 38, 39. That gives me 3 more ships to put in refit and modernization, albeit whichever one goes in 39 probably isn't going to be available till 41. So I'll probably put Hood in 38, followed by Rodney, followed by Nelson, because Nelson's in the best shape mechanically. So I'd get Hood back just as the war starts. I'd get Rodney back kind of in early to mid 1940, and then I get Nelson back in late 40, early 41. So that has modernized everything bar the Revenge class. And then come 1935, just in time for the treaty system to start collapsing, then I have, in theory at that point, I can build considerably larger vessels and I can build considerably more of them. Now, at that stage, I would be very tempted to build something like a British version of Richelieu, using the 15-inch 45 caliber gun they'd initially looked at sticking on the King George V's. with the slight design variance of having them at 28 knots rather than 30, and having a bit more armor in exchange. And the reason that I'd start off with a class of those, probably at that point I can probably lay down a class of 4 in 1935, is that I would also be mass batch ordering that new 15-inch 45 caliber gun, which, as I've mentioned before, is actually slightly lighter than the 15-inch 42 and is designed to use the same ammunition as the 15-inch 42. So I would also be retrofitting, both at times of modernization and for the ones that have gone into modernization already, just retrofitting when they wear out their gun barrels, retrofitting everything that's carrying a 15-inch gun with the new 15-inch gun. And then I would think I would probably run alternating years. So 1935 I build a class of 4 battleships. 1936 which would probably be replacing the Revengers. 1936 I'm going to be building a class of 4 carriers. 1937 I would probably build maybe 1937 I would build a few more battleships, build another class of battleships, because again I've got future knowledge so I can abuse this somewhat. 1938 I would build a whole slew of heavy cruisers, probably 9 8-inch gun heavy cruisers. Maybe no, tree systems collapsed. Maybe I'll put in a few flagship 9.2-inch units, but probably the 8-inch, to be honest. And then 1939 would be a carrier year again. So I'd get two classes of battleships, which would basically be, my first stage would be British Richelieus, my second stage would be something like the Lions. Then I get 4 maybe formidable types and 4 implacables with modifications with slightly better hangars and so forth. A whole rash of cruisers, and obviously I'm building up destroyers and smaller craft in the background like there's no tomorrow. And then, as I said, the 38-39 build would be carriers, because at that point I have a very large carrier arm, but I know that a bunch of them are probably going to get lost. So at that point, 38-39, they'd be coming into service maybe 41-42. They'd be coming, I'd take my early carrier losses, and then I'd basically get a run of carriers to replace them, which would be quite nice. But that would be my relatively speaking reasonable infinite money fleet build. The almighty Hypnotoad. In relation to the previous alternate history question I'm asking concerning Brunel's Irish rover, it's 1857. The Admiralty has found out France will be building Gloire starting next year. By chance, after 7 years in a specially built Drydock that took about half of Belfast, Brunel's Irish rover has been completed to the point where she can be launched. Coming in at a full load displacement of 660,000 tonnes, 8 decks, 23 masts, 18 steam engines for 4 paddle wheels and 8 propellers, and capable of moving at 14 knots, a particularly opium-filled session of Parliament decides it would be an absolutely perfect vessel to convert into an ironclad to counter Gloire. Assuming the conversion is somehow complete by 1861, what would the reaction of the world be to the now HMS Irish rover? And how are you going to envisaging her being fitted out, and what would her service record be? I mean, to be honest, at the sheer hilariously silly scale of the Irish rover, you might as well make a ship that its counter to enemy ships is not so much to shoot them, but more to just sail after them, open a set of massive clamshell bow doors and eat them. Because at that displacement, you could armour the entirety of the outside of the ship to any reasonable elevation with 6-8 inches of iron, which is going to make it basically immune to anything that Gloire can throw at it. And you could have this kind of vague moon pool situation going on in the bow, which is also armoured with that much, but has the upper decks are basically massive fighting platforms which you can rain fire and destruction down on enemy ships if they don't immediately surrender. And then, of course, you've also got such a large crew that you can, take the entire enemy crew prisoner, put them in, like, I don't know, deck 7's prison cells, and then recrew it. So it would almost be like something from an RTS game where this ship just rolls up, swallows an enemy ship, and then 15 minutes, half an hour later, the doors open and the ship rebadged under the white ensign comes rolling out. But if you're not going to do that and ruin all my fun, then, well, to fit that much, to fit the iron armor on a ship that large, I mean, okay, you've got the square cube law working for you in terms of volume. You're probably going to have to cut down at least one or deck or two, but you could just fit so many guns and so many large guns. You'd struggle. Your main problem wouldn't be deciding what to arm it with. Your main problem would be finding enough guns to stick on her. At that point you'd probably be putting 68 pounders or 110 pounders for all the questionable value they have in as a uniform gun deck, but then everything else above would just be whatever we can get our hands on, whether that be 32 pounders or whatever for anti-personnel work, just armed with canister shot, because why not? And if you show up with something that's bigger than a modern ultra large crude carrier in the 1860s that's armed to the teeth, if you're not careful, it's going to ask for its own parliamentary representation. People are just going to look at it and go, well, we give up. There'll be a very a table flip in French. Ramal, yes, we are still on the Patreon session. We're 2/3 of the way through, so not doing too badly. Gregory Albert asks, what if in a future Fallout game we encounter the Victory and help prepare it like we did to Constitution in Fallout 4, and how hilarious would a flying Victory be? Well, I mean, Disney's Treasure Planet Battle of Procyon shows us what a space-going ship of the line would be like, so yes. I mean, given some of the silliness of the Fallout games, I would fully embrace a flying ship of the line as some kind of massive command station, or, base building. Repair it, recommission it, get it flying somehow, and then that can become your personal base of operations for the rest of the game. Right, so yeah, so we've got about a third of the Patreon questions left. David B, if the Royal Navy had decided to go with the F3 battlecruiser concept as opposed to the Nelson class, what do you think their effect on the other powers' construction programs would have been, and how do you foresee them performing during World War II in comparison to the Nelsons? So I've covered this concept a little bit before in other questions, but broadly speaking, in hindsight, it would have actually been a better idea, to be honest, because whilst it gives the British a pair of fast battleships, because 12-inch inclined armour, high speed, 9 guns, okay, they're 15-inch. Where are we starting to hear this already? It's a halfway house between a North Carolina and a South Dakota, only with all forward firing guns, and they're 15-inch caliber. But I mean, it can't affect the other powers' construction programs too much, because the Americans have already got the Colorados, the Japanese have already got the Nagatos. They can't do anything about it at that point. And when it comes to starting construction on their newer ships, well, the Japanese are building the Yamatos anyway, and the Americans, well, given that the original North Carolina design called for 12 14-inch as opposed to 9 15 or 16, I mean, I don't think it's going to hugely affect their calculations all that much, to be perfectly honest. But in World War II, they are going to have some significant performance advantages. Because I mean, again, this is why it's useful in hindsight. In hindsight, we know that the belt armor protection of both Rodney and Nelson was never tested by live fire. The closest you got was a couple of shells from Bismarck that landed a little bit close to Rodney. But if then at that point their armor doesn't matter too much, well, a faster 15-inch armed Rodney versus Bismarck, it's going to end about the same. But in other cases, I mean, when Rodney almost caught Gneisenau, in this case, she probably would catch Gneisenau. So Rodney would probably chalk up 2 battleship kills. But at the same time, if Rodney and Nelson are F3s, then Rodney's probably not going to be on convoy escort duty anyway. She's probably going to be at Scapa Flow, at which point Hood may or may not get sent out. But even if she does, it in theory would be Rodney, Prince of Wales, and Hood. And at that stage, Rodney being an F3 probably would be in the lead, I would imagine, which would be an interesting fight. Now, at that point, her armor scheme would be tested, but how that would stand up to Bismarck's shell would be interesting, because if my theory on how Hood was destroyed is correct, then if the same thing happens, if the same shell lands in the same place, roughly speaking, and assuming that, well, for one thing, Rodney being an F3... Actually, no, with Rodney being an F3 battlecruiser, the length it's not going to be the same as Hood, but it might be relatively... I mean, the shell's probably still going to be in the vicinity of Rodney's stern, but of course, all of Rodney's main magazines are forward, because she's an all-forward design, whether she's the O3, aka the historical Nelson class, or she's an F3 battlecruiser. There are the secondary magazines, granted, but the shell's most likely to just, assuming that the belt is shallow enough and everything else works out the same and the shell penetrates under the belt, then it's going to flood an engine room. But that's probably the worst it's going to do, because the machinery spaces are back there, not the magazines. So at that point, Rodney survives, maybe a bit crippled, assuming that even happens, because of course Rodney, with slightly more advanced fire control systems and an armor layout that may stop the shell anyway, etc., 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 might be scoring hits on Bismarck already. So it changes the whole situation massively. So yeah, broadly speaking, Rodney and Nelson would have done better in World War II, I think, if they had been F3s. But that is based on hindsight, knowing what we do about the engagements they were going to find themselves in. Brian Richardson asks, if at the end of the US Civil War they decide it's now time to invade Canada after the failures of the war in 1812, how long does the US Navy have the advantage with its fleet of ironclad coastal monitors over a British ocean-going fleet that would need to resupply or retake Canada? Or is the monitor fleet not enough of an advantage in that situation? I would think this negates the advantage of Warrior and Warrior-like ironclads that have in speed and ability to pick battles, since they'd be in a position to either take the battle the US offers them to try and force their way into Canada, or avoid battle but not reach Canada. Well, I mean, if it's the end of the US Civil War, then assuming that they can turn around and just march the bulk of their army up north without the South immediately taking the opportunity to turn itself back into the Confederacy again after 5 minutes of not being the Confederacy, the US just has a huge mass mobilized army available to it. The British can mobilize huge armies to face them, but the British don't have huge armies available at that point. Now, granted, they have reinforced Canada. Great Eastern took reinforcements to Canada just in case America tried anything funny, but I don't think there's anything like enough troops to stop the Americans or delay them long enough for it to make much difference. So basically the campaign is going to be decided almost entirely on land warfare much before anything naval occurs, unless maybe if the declaration of war happens too close to the winter campaign season, and well, invading Canada in the middle of winter probably won't work out very well at that point. So yeah, if for some reason the invasion doesn't actually get round to kicking off until late autumn, early winter, so everything has to be delayed, which then gives in the British enough time and incentive to try and get reinforcements into Canada, and therefore that means a lot of naval activity. In coastal warfare, obviously the monitors would have the advantage of extremely shallow draft and sheer numbers compared to the individually superior British ironclads. In terms of how long they'd have the advantage, again, well, the US monitors are not particularly well suited for heavy weather, so if we're assuming a winter pause in the campaigning in order to make it not just, you know, the army marched in and took the whole place anyway, then that would be an interesting one, because the British in theory would be able to operate off Canada better since they have ocean-going ironclads in winter storms. But if there's a calm period, and I don't know what the weather was like that winter at the end of the US Civil War, but if there were calm gaps in the weather of a few weeks, the US could sail a massive fleet of monitors up there, and the British would basically they'd probably end up having to play harrying campaigns to pick them off and so forth. But they're just, the sheer numbers of them would make it very difficult for any fleet the British could free up, in addition to keeping an eye on France initially, to do all that much about. If for some reason Canada's still there a year later, that's when things will start to turn. Because if you look at the Crimean War, for example, the British were able to, once they realised they had to do something in the Crimean War navally, they were able to churn out a massive fleet of rapidly produced ships fairly quickly, and then the Crimean War came to an end. So given that the British have been keeping an eye on the American Civil War and on the monitors and on all the other situation, etc., if news comes, you know, let's say in the late autumn of that year that the Americans are going to be coming after Canada in a big way in spring of the following year, that gives them time to start knocking out their own monitors, you know, something that looks a bit like Cerberus or Devastation, except a few years earlier, and sail them over. And the British industry would allow them to build absolutely colossal numbers of them. So, best case scenario, the US monitor naval advantage would last a year or so. But that's assuming a lot of circumstances to kind of finagle the scenario into a point where the naval forces even really matter that much, and it doesn't just end with, well, something happened at sea, but it doesn't really matter because we marched 2 million men into Canada in, you know, I don't know, August, and it was all over. Sam Signorelli asks, unprofessional navies, worst to best, professional in terms of behaviour, not skill. It's a difficult one. I mean, if we assume, let's go for World War II for an example, well, it's relatively easy to point and say the Japanese are the worst because none of the other major navies are beating them in with sticks for no other reason than, you, a lower officer or enlisted man, you are a lesser being than me and you got in my way, so I'm going to beat you with this stick. Which I'm not necessarily sure is such a brilliant idea, because if they're in your way and you beat them with a stick, they will fall over and then they're still in your way. But who knows? Imperial Japanese Navy logic for you. The Italians get a bit of a bad rep. You know, there's a whole thing from Matapan of them fishing drunken Italian sailors out of the water. But then at the flip side, you get things like the 10th Decima Flotilla, 10th, which, well, Decima is 10, but Decima Flotilla and then whatever. Basically, the Maz boats, the underwater torpedoes, etc., human torpedoes, etc., which were incredibly professional. So, you know, a little bit hit and miss, perhaps, with some Italian ships, but the Italian Navy generally was a professional organisation. Just as I say, with a few hits and misses there. The German Navy, entirely properly professional. Their main problem was towards the end of the war, they were running out of qualified crew, especially in the U-boats. And then that kind of leaves you with the two biggest navies who have the greatest industrial resources and manpower pools to draw on in terms of the big navies of the war, the US and the UK. And, well, the US and the UK have very different definitions of what's professional. You know, the UK professional navy in World War II is very professional, but also, you know, gives out rum rations every day. The US doesn't, but the US has ice cream. And then you get into like the culture and so forth. You know, you have a little bit of cult of a personality with things like Halsey, but then you also have some slightly old traditional stick in the muds in the Royal Navy. It's a bit of a wash. I mean, you can pick holes with this mutiny here, or this this particularly bad crew there. But I would say in the US and the American and British navies, you don't have the level of issues that you would in definitely in the Japanese Navy, possibly in the Italian Navy, and then in the German Navy toward the end when they're just running out of men. Brian Stevens asks, if you're transported back in time to command a ship in the time period covered by the channel, what type would you choose? That depends. The sane part of me would turn around and say, I'm just going to go and command USS Massachusetts because then I'm guaranteed to live. Whereas the slightly more reckless part of me, I'm definitely not going on a sub because, yeah, I like life. The more reckless part of me might want to either go on a destroyer because the destroyers do see a lot of action, or alternatively possibly a carrier. But the thing is, if you command a carrier, you see stuff happening in terms of the planes going off and coming back, but you don't really experience much of the action. So I think if I had a sudden rush of blood to the head, I would go with a destroyer to see plenty of different engagements. Whereas if I was being sane and sensible and wanted to just make it through the war in one piece, then I would just go after, something like USS Massachusetts, where I know it's a big battleship and I know it doesn't lose anybody during the war to enemy action, so I'm fairly safe. Salty Viking 10,022. If Bismarck and Prince Eugen sail as they did historically, but Tirpitz and Admiral Hipper sail right behind them, hand waving that Tirpitz is complete, at the same time Scharnhorst and Gneisenau break out of France, what would you do if you were the Admiral of the Royal Navy in that situation? Well, I've got King George V and Victorious in the home fleet, as well as Prince of Wales and Hood, so all of them will sail together, at which point I have 3 capital ships, including 2 modern fast battleships, plus an aircraft carrier, versus 2 battleships and 2 heavy cruisers. I've also got Norfolk and Suffolk at least in the GI-UK gap in the Denmark Strait, so I'd try and divert some extra cruisers up to block the area, but if I can't get those, I've still got 2 heavy cruisers and a spare capital ship and a carrier. as an advantage, at which point it would be a case of, Victorious would be launching multiple airstrikes right up until the moment of engagement, and I would stick with I would probably stick with Holland's plan for a night close-in night engagement. But since I have Victorious with me, as well as the radar on Norfolk and Suffolk, I can probably keep in contact much more accurately, so I probably would get my night engagement. If Scharnhorst and Gneisenau break out of France, I've got a bunch of battleships already doing convoy escort duty, so I wouldn't necessarily want... Actually, no, Force H... I mean, Renown saw off the two of them already at Lofoten, so Force H with Renown and Sheffield and Ark Royal, which obviously Ark Royal could do scouting and airstrikes as well. Maybe grab a few fast force ships, few cruisers, maybe Repulse if she's in the area, and send them to meet up with Force H and have Force H go chasing after Scharnhorst and Gneisenau while I take the entirety of the home fleet to deal with Bismarck, Prince Eugen, Hipper and Tirpitz, and then roll the dice and see what happens. With the aerial reconnaissance of Victorious, then in theory I get my night action where I have larger numbers of ships. I'm prepared for the night action, my radar will stay functioning, and hopefully I'll have my destroyers with me as well. So that should actually end a lot better, at which point anyone who's not damaged in any significant way, shape or form probably gets grouped up and sent to help out Force H. So I will be picking up questions from chat once I've finished the Patreon questions, but we do still have a few to go. Eric Amborski pointing out, yes, Renown did see them off in very rough weather, during which point the Scharnhorst picked up several malfunctions, which didn't help them. But as compared to Lofoten, the Scharnhorst are on a raiding mission, so they have further constraints on their ability to act because, well, when they came across an old R-class warrior, and when they came across Malaya as well, they backed off from facing off against a single, considerably slower than them, 15-inch gun battleship, whereas Renown is faster, therefore has more mobility, is a crack gunnery ship, and is backed up by Ark Royal's aircraft. So at that point, it's not so much that I think Renown backed up with Ark Royal's aircraft could safely take on Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. It's more the fact that if you have Renown and Ark Royal and some escorts chasing after you, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are mainly going to be concerned about running, not attacking my convoys. And that gives me time to bring other forces to bear that can crack them relatively reliably. Daniel Silverthorne asks, in your video on the Alaskas, you mentioned there was a brief consideration to turn them into carriers. It made me wonder what such a conversion would look like and when they would have been ready based on when that proposal was originally made. Additionally, what would the ideal design and timeline look like to get the best possible carrier out of the Alaska class hulls to get them as a conversion and not just as purpose-built carriers? I know many sacrifices were made in the conversions, but if they decided to change just after the keels and framing were laid, would there be a better time for that conversion, or is it too late to make a worthwhile carrier out of them? Well, I think they would face the same issue as converting Kentucky and Illinois. You'd end up with a worse carrier that probably cost, in the Alaska's case, probably about as much as an Essex. So, we'd have to see what goes on. But if they're determined to convert an Alaska, you're going to get something kind of... It's going to have more aircraft than an Independence, obviously, because it's based on a larger hull. I think conservatively you'd get a carrier that could operate 50 50 to 60 aircraft. Now, granted, Ranger is smaller than the Alaskas by a considerable margin and could operate more, but she's a purpose-built aircraft carrier. So, and, you know, aircraft had been increasing in size and weight and so forth. So let's say you probably get a fast carrier that could comfortably operate 60 aircraft, at which point the best point of making that design change is probably around about 6 months into the build, because you will have completed the basic framework of the hull, your power plant will be on order, etc, etc. You'll have void spaces for the magazines, but it's probably just about early enough that you could just turn around and say, right, well, instead of putting the barbettes in, etc, those magazine spaces are now going to be magazines and hoists for munitions, and all the top deck stuff isn't there, so you can stick a carrier conversion hull, flight deck, etc, and hangar on it. Rob Smith, the year as we know it is late 1941. Okay, so basically, magically in late 1941, you're returning a single ship that has been sunk back to its owners, intact with all the crew alive. If I was able to influence that decision, what ship would you choose? So that's split, basically that's split for me between personal reasons and strategic reasons. Now, being late 41, at most the Americans have lost what they lose at Pearl Harbor. Returning one of those ships to the US, even with its crew, isn't really going to affect all that much. You know, if you wanted to save as many people as possible, theoretically you could return Arizona, but with the best will in the world, Arizona isn't going to have a huge impact on World War II. So if you're going to take any single ship that has been sunk by late 41 and put it back in possession, well, from a strategic point of view, it's kind of, well, it's basically for the Royal Navy, because they're the ones who've been fighting and lost more of the ships. It'll be a split between Ark Royal and Hood. If you return Hood, then obviously the Royal Navy gets a fast capital ship back, and it gets virtually all of the crew back. Obviously there were 3 survivors, so you get a useful unit back, plus you get a bunch of men back. Hood is the obvious choice. From a purely utilitarian viewpoint, Ark Royal is the better choice, because, you know, one of the best carriers that the British have, you get that back. And from a personal decision, for obvious reasons, I would choose Royal Oak. But Royal Oak is, I mean, she's not the least useful. She was the most modernized of the R class, but that's not a huge bar to clear, really. So yeah, Royal Oak would not be the world's most useful capital ship, but obviously it would mean I get my great uncle back, so there you go. USS Great Ghost. Now, Neosho was lost at Coral Sea, so that's 42. Roadrunner Meat Meat asks, on the 13th of December 1914, the submarine B-11 snuck into the Dardanelles and torpedoed and sunk the Ottoman ironclad Dashbury dreadnought Mesudaye. What if in another timeline Mesudaye is replaced with HMS Agincourt, now the Ottoman battleship Sultan Osman I? Could B-11 sink her with 2 18-inch torpedoes, and what would be the knock-on effects if the Sultan was sunk? Also, in the alternate universe where the Japanese have Mark 6 explosives, I can't help but imagine torpedoes squeaking like rubber ducks if they don't explode. Now, okay, so could B-11 sink ex-Agincourt, aka Sultan Osman I, with a pair of 18-inch torpedoes? Yeah. I mean, if HMS Audacious can be sunk by a single mine, it just depends on where are the torpedoes hitting and how alert are the crew. if the crew aren't particularly on their toes. And let's face it, Agincourt, for all her meme level gun battery, wasn't the world's best protected vessel. So if the crew are a little bit subpar on their damage control efforts and the torpedoes hit in the right place, it would be entirely possible to inflict fatal damage on Agincourt with a pair of 18-inch torpedoes. It's also entirely possible, if you hit in the wrong places, that even if the crew are performing on a subpar level, it'll be damaged, but at least be able to run itself aground or something. But this is the thing, it's like, yes, the torpedoes are much less powerful than they'd be in World War II, but so are people's anti-torpedo defences. So, yeah, it's entirely plausible. Primark 359 asks, on Star Trek Lower Decks, we finally see crew member accommodations that are not their own separate quarters. However, compared to a couple of museum ships I've been aboard, they seem extremely spacious and luxurious by comparison. Does this hold true generally, or are there any real-world ships with comparable berths to a California-class starship? Perhaps some berths for officers too junior for even a tiny shared cabin? And do you care to share your opinion on the show more generally? Okay, so more generally, Star Trek Lower Decks, starting off, it irritated me, and some of the characterization still irritated me through seasons 1 and 2. They did begin to slightly wind it back and or address it towards the end of season 2, but that would probably be my single problem, I guess, with Lower Decks. Overall, I actually quite like Lower Decks. It's a good laugh. It's a good laugh by a bunch of people who enjoy referencing back classic Star Trek. So, if you sit back, switch your brain off, don't take it too seriously, it's quite fun. Nonetheless, in terms of the crew quarters, real world ships with comparable berths, I mean, that whole kind of solid you're kind of built into the wall, at least as far as I've seen, that's not so much the case. I mean, the closest thing you'd have is maybe on submarines, and they're a bit more cramped than, at least the submarines that I've seen, the quarters are a bit more cramped than what you get on a California class. On some of the more modern ships, perhaps you'd have roughly the same amount of space in your bunk as you do, broadly speaking, in a California class's little cubby hole. But I haven't really been inspecting the accommodations on Ford class carriers to be able to say for certain. The accommodations on the Queen Elizabeth class are vaguely similar, although again not entirely, because they are, the main thing is, modern ships don't really tend to do the cubby hole approach. They do the bunk bed. It's separate to the sort of the hull of the ship, but there you go. So yeah, the broad answer to that is that by and large, most naval ships would have less comfortable crew accommodation for most people, but I think maybe some of the modern ships are probably getting to that level that you see in Lower Decks in terms of overall space available. Matt Blom asks, during the Second World War, how did the United States Navy and Coast Guard coordinate on coastal defence? That I answered in this week at yesterday's Drydock. So there we go. Glenn Ricafrente. Just copying some of the super chats. Glenn Ricafrente, when the US ice cream ships entered harbour or rendezvoused with ships, did they play children's tunes or circus melodies on the public announcement systems? I, I'm not aware of it as any kind of standing policy. And to be honest, I'm also not aware of how far back the tradition of children's tunes or circus melodies on ice cream vans goes. But if it was a thing in the Second World War, and again, I stress I don't know, then I would anticipate that at least one captain would probably have tried it at some point. Because ship captains tend to be like that. So yeah, I don't know, but if it was a thing at all in World War II, someone would have done it. Maybe people who know people who served in the U.S. fleet in the latter part of World War II can enlighten us further. Patrick Donnelly, who is the fourth from last Patreon question. Then we've got to catch up on super chats, and then we're over to main chat, and we're not doing too bad. We've got at least an hour and a quarter to go. Patrick Donnelly asks, have you seen Avatar: The Last Airbender? And if so, what are your thoughts on the Fire Nation's warships? I mean, it's really sad they haven't done a live-action movie of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Really, really sad. In terms of the anime, yes, I have seen it. Thoughts on their warships? It's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nothing particularly has to make a huge amount of sense, to be honest. From a realism point of view, at least when you see them in abstract, kind of in larger scenes, they are far too top heavy by appearance, but then on the other hand, they seem to just have some catapults rather than heavy gun turrets on board, so maybe that might actually work out for them. Weirdly enough, when you see them slightly closer up, they're not quite as unstable looking when in the close-up renderings as they are in the more distant ones. But it also is slightly weird. I mean, I suppose I can understand. Well, I was going to say I suppose I can understand because they have fire, but then of course the Fire Nation is attacking everyone else. I suppose I can understand to a certain degree them making their ships out of metal to better resist, I don't know, Earth Nation rocks being thrown at them or whatever, and they can withstand the stresses of major water attacks better. But without any sort of full-on heavy artillery, other than sort of medieval-ish catapults, outside of Bender powers, there's not really a huge incentive to make them out of metal. So yeah, they are a little bit odd, but it's an anime. Expecting it to make sense is... yeah. Oh dear, Galileo saying apparently calling Avatar: The Last Airbender an anime is verboten. Anyway. Terry Down says ice cream trucks did indeed play circus and kids tunes in the 1940s. Raymond Chandler mentions this in one of his novels. Okay, well in that case I would, yeah, if that's the case, I would be 99.9% certain that at some point somewhere in the Pacific a ice cream barge showed up playing children's cartoon tunes or something like that. Rande Topeka asks, would Force Z have fared any better if Hood had survived in the Battle of Denmark Strait relatively intact and had gone instead of Repulse? I mean, on paper, in theory, yes. Because Hood would have a slightly better anti-aircraft battery than Repulse. On the other hand, Hood is less maneuverable than Repulse, broadly speaking, I believe. And also Hood would not, almost certainly not be under the command of Captain Tennant, who, you know, was a major part of how well Repulse was able to maneuver. So in theory, Hood would be slightly easier to hit, just in terms of being a slightly bigger target and a slightly less agile ship. But she would also be able to put out a slightly better anti-aircraft defense. Now, which one is the greater or lesser advantage or disadvantage, I don't know. So they might. I mean, Hood might have survived, possibly, but also she might not. And obviously, if Hood has survived Denmark Strait, but then you lose Hood and Prince of Wales, that's very bad. I mean, possibly the slightly more interesting thing would be if Hood and Repulse were sent instead of Prince of Wales, because then, in theory, hopefully Hood would have had some kind of refit in mid to late 41 to address her engines, at which point Hood and Repulse would be just that little bit faster, and given how close run a thing it was for them even being spotted, if Hood and Repulse are able to just step on it and hit 30 plus knots to get away, that might make all the difference in them not being attacked at all. Matt Osborne asks, why do the Confederate Navy have so many admirals to so few ships? That was an interesting one. So when I was looking this up in advance for this live stream, I don't know that they did. I could only find a couple of Confederate admirals listed, at which point they probably had one of the fewest admiral to ship ratios of any navy. But at the same time, you know, I don't know enough about the Confederate Navy rank structure and how many people were in specific ranks at specific times to make a definitive statement on that. So, you know, if someone else knows that there was an unusual number of Confederate admirals, then please feel free to chime in. But as far as I'm aware, I could only find evidence for 2 Confederate admirals, at which point they didn't have so many admirals. And then last Patreon question, Todd Webb asks, if Admiral Drack had to take on Yamato with any 2 battleships actually completed by the end of the war, so Vanguard isn't an option, from the Royal Navy, which 2 would you choose? King George V has armour and speed, so the 14-inch guns again have trouble with the armour. The Nelsons have a lot of armour and 16-inch guns, but they're slow. One of each might be the possibility. If I can only take 2 ships completed by the end of the war, I would probably take Duke of York and Renown. And as similar to the question about, you know, the sunken Royal Navy ships versus Kurita's force, if I'm taking on Yamato, if I take Renown, crack gunnery ship, fast, has torpedoes, and Duke of York, pretty good gunnery against Scharnhorst, experience in night fighting, both of them experience in night fighting, you can probably see where I'm going with this, I'd ambush Yamato at night, at close range. Because let's face it, if I ambush Yamato at night at close range, whether I have 14, 15 inches of armour or 9 inches of armour, probably isn't going to make the blindest bit of difference. But having really accurate, experienced crews is. At which point, you know, if you can get the drop with a pair of radar-directed ships and start just pumping 15 and 14-inch rounds into Yamato as fast as humanly possible, you know, you can destroy their ability to counterfire, hopefully, before Yamato gets too many rounds off. So yeah, that's how I would do it. And the fact that, you know, you've got the speed with Renown and Duke of York means that you can keep pace with Yamato. She can't just break away and run away. Sean Riley says no Warspite. The main reason I wouldn't take Warspite in that scenario is because she's slower. If Yamato breaks off, it's like, you know, Yamato's got a lot of armor. If she somehow is still vaguely capable of action after my initial furious salvos, then if she breaks off and tries to make off into the darkness, it's possible Warspite may not be able to keep up. Plus, as I say, with Renown, she can drop torpedoes into Yamato as well, which will, apart from anything else, probably hopelessly confuse them. and have the Japanese looking out for destroyer or submarine attacks, which will hopefully distract them a little bit. So let's get through the super chat. So we had Deep Blue Dreams asked, why are the rangefinders on the Megami's 155mm turret so large in comparison to the turret itself? They're not spectacularly large in and of themselves, to be perfectly honest. The housings are a little bit big, but you can find evidence of other sort of cruiser turrets with other similarly large rangefinders. But the thing is, a lot of other part of it comes down to appearance in terms of the shape of the turret. Other cruiser turrets can have as big or bigger rangefinders, but their shape makes the rangefinder appear to be smaller, proportionally speaking. And some cruiser turrets don't have the long base rangefinders built into them at all. So if they don't have them, then obviously they're not going to look like they've got the big ears. So, broadly speaking, that would be why. Yes, the Japanese did go in a big way for long base rangefinders. So they are a bit more generous with their rangefinders than most, especially most light cruisers. But then bearing in mind that the Japanese were planning on this whole complex system of replacement and upgrades with the Megamis, so you should probably look at the rangefinder set up on the Megamis, not so much as we're designing this as a backup for our cruisers' fire control systems, because let's face it, those turrets are not very well protected. You're more likely to lose the rangefinders in the turrets than you are the main fire control system on a Megami. But you're looking at it more in terms of, once they're refitted to other ships, then they would have more utility. B1900 Pilot asks, what if Shikaku and Zuikaku were at Midway? And why was Yamamoto hesitant to engage the US surface fleet at night following the carrier battle? So Yamamoto was hesitant to engage the US at Midway in a night action, partly because he knew where his surface fleet was. He knew roughly where the Americans were, and he could calculate that really the only way he was going to realistically hit them at night, even if he bore on full speed into the darkness, would be if he was very lucky to find them in the first place, and he was lucky enough that the Americans hung around or tried closing. If the Americans did the sensible thing, which was to withdraw, then he wouldn't catch them in time, and Dawn would find him much closer to the American fleet than he really ever wanted to be, considering that they had carriers and now he didn't. So he took the pragmatic approach of preserving what he could. And as it turned out, that was the correct move to make, because the US carriers had, in fact, withdrawn. So he wouldn't have caught them. If Shikaku and Zuikaku were at Midway, it depends what they're doing. If they launch their aircraft with everything else going after Midway Island in the first place, then, well, they're just additional targets for the US dive bombers, albeit there's now enough targets that a reasonable number of the Japanese aircraft carriers would probably still be around. So yeah, the Americans are, broadly speaking, the US would take more losses, because obviously Hiryu was able to cripple Yorktown. Shikaku and Zuikaku, assuming that they are standing off in their own division, so Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu take the initial brunt of the hits, then instead of Hiryu's air group coming in after the Americans, you'd have Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Hiryu's air groups coming in after the US ships, which, if they can find them all, or at least find one other, might be enough to critically damage or finish off one or more. So it could go, there are a lot of ways that could go. In theory, the US should lose more carriers, at least one more probably, but that's assuming that they can find them. And this is where kind of the Japanese and American early war doctrines play off against each other, in that the Japanese doctrine of operating more closely together means that they would have a much more concentrated strike group, which has more individual striking power as a unit. But the flip side is it also means if you find one of their carriers, you probably find the others. The Americans, on the other hand, well, you see with Hornet's flight to nowhere, they have a somewhat disorganized way of getting all their attacks over there. On the other hand, if you find one of their carriers, it's not necessarily a guarantee you're going to find any of the others. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But in theory, in the greater proportion of probabilities, if Shogaku and Zuikaku are at Midway, the Americans are taking more losses. Graham W. Kidd says, "Hi Drac, please tell us you're coming to Melbourne in Australia, and what do you plan to see here?" So if the organising of the Australia trip goes to plan, at the moment it's looking like probably June time in next year, then as far as I'm aware, I mean, Dr. Clark is kind of organising the schedule a bit, but as far as I'm aware, we should be somewhere in the vicinity of Melbourne, assuming there's a museum ship there or a naval museum of some description. But scheduling for all of that will be published probably in the next couple of months, because I know Dr. Clark, as of a few days ago, was revising the schedule based on finding even more naval things to visit in Australia, which will also be my first time in Australia, so that'll be interesting. John Hart asks, "It's 1906. To pay for social reform, a new UK government states only capital ships up to Neptune are to be built. Germany carries on with her shipbuilding. In 1914, World War I starts. How does this go for the RN?" Awful, frankly, because that gives you, that gives the British Dreadnought, the Bellerophons, the St. Vincent. So you've basically got 7 vaguely alike ships. You've got some battle cruisers, and then you've got Colossus, Hercules, and Neptune. So you've got 10. So by the time of Jutland, it's the British Dreadnought force that's actually outnumbered by over 50%. And that's assuming they don't have any other ships elsewhere. Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad, because on top of the numbers, obviously the Germans get to build at least the Kaisers and the Königs, which post-date Neptune as well. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. But it's going to be interesting as in may you live in interesting times interesting. It's not going to go well for the Royal Navy in any way, shape or form. In fact, if it's no capital ships after Neptune, that also means pretty much no Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary. So first scouting group has a massive firepower advantage as well. At that point, the Royal Navy is just going to have to pad the Grand Fleet with every pre-dreadnought they can get their hands on and hope. And I wouldn't hope that hard. Annual 16365. If the Imperial Japanese Navy refused to sign the Washington Naval Treaty, what effect would it have on World War II? And would it have bankrupted Japan and initiated a new capital ship construction program in Great Britain and the United States? I mean, yes, it would bankrupt Japan. I mean, Japan was, by the time the Washington Naval Treaty was signed, one of the reasons they were prepared to sign it was because they were spending double-digit percentages of their budget just on the Navy. So that's not double-digit percentages of their budget on defence. I mean, they were doing that, but I think it was something like 1/3 of the defence budget was going on the Navy alone, which is completely and utterly unsustainable. So whether Japan would even get involved in World War II, who knows, because it probably would have gone complete basket case bankrupt round about the time the Great Depression hit. So a 1-2 of a country going bankrupt on top of the Great Depression, Japan probably wouldn't be in a state economically or financially to try the Sino-Japanese War, at which point there's no reason for them to get involved in World War II generally. Would it have initiated a new capital ship construction program in Great Britain and the US? well, you would have had the G3s, the N3s, the Lexingtons, the South Dakotas, and probably successor dash follow-on classes to them, but around about the time that you have whatever succeeds those four being built, that's probably around about the time when Japan's economy nosedives off a cliff, at which point Britain and the US will probably sign a variant of the Washington Naval Treaty in the late 1920s. The main effect that's going to have on World War II is probably it's going to see a swathe of the older ships wiped out. So what would you consider worthwhile keeping at that point, to be honest? Because if you've got eight... I mean, if you're building them in... the Americans were building in classes of 6, the British were building in classes of 4. So if the British have got 8 new battle cruisers, 8 new battleships, they've got 16 ships. The Americans have built 6 and 6, so they've got 12, and they're building another lot. If they agree to approximate parity and they want to keep all of the newer ships, or round down, or maybe, kind of like they did with some of the West Virginias or the Colorados, scrap some of the ones that were still on the stocks. If they round out to approximately maybe 16 to 18 capital ships, then or maybe let's say 20, the British might want to keep a Renown, Repulse, and Hood, plus all their new builds, plus like one more rounding it out or something. But the Queen Elizabeths and the R's would all go, and the Americans will probably just be dropping everything that predates their 1920s builds, because they might want to keep the Colorados, I guess, if they're sacrificing some of their newer stuff on the stocks. But broadly speaking, the US and UK fleets would be these much larger 1920s designs going into World War II, which is going to pose issues for anyone who tries to challenge them, really. Yeah, Pool 48 in Albany. You've got USS Slater, although she's currently closed at the moment, so she'll be reopening a bit later on in the next year. Chris Marshall saying I should grow a pirate beard. You want to see a full year? You don't want to see a full year's growth. This is like 2 weeks. I think I looked vaguely like this at the end of the US trip. I guess we'll find out when I look at the USS Wisconsin recording I did. Anyway, catching up with the super chat. Stand behind Tom. If you could finish any prototype or blueprint ship from World War One or World War Two, who would it be and why? And would you change anything about said ship? I'd kind of want to change. I'd kind of want to complete a G3 because they're just so odd in a lot of ways. Because you've got the Nelsons and Dunkirks and Richelieus that people have gotten used to the all forward layout, and with the more standard fore and aft layout and etc. But the G3s are this slightly odd, technically 2 fore 1 aft, except not really, because the third turret is right behind the bridge superstructure, so it's kind of more towards all forward firing, but not. They're just really odd ships, and theoretically on paper quite capable, but then there's this constant debate of would they have been as fast as they are on paper? So just to have a G3, just to answer all the controversy about would they actually have been as capable in real life as they were on paper, and also because they're a very unique side tangent in how you lay out the guns on a capital ship, that would be the one I'd want to see. Sapper Ninja saying, here, buy a razor, thank you very much. In theory, my new beard trimmer should be arriving tomorrow. Because this is the thing, it's like over the Christmas weekend, you can't even go and buy stuff because the 25th was a Sunday, so the Christmas Day bank holiday was moved to Friday, so it's bank holiday Friday, and Boxing Day is today, bank holiday Monday, and a lot of shops just went stuff it, were shutting on Friday and not opening till Tuesday. So it's not even like I could go to a shop and buy razor blades or a shaver or whatever, even if I wanted to. Everything's still closed. Anyway, he also says, what are your top ships that didn't arrive in time for a conflict they were designed for, but were unsuitable for the next war? Vanguard, Des Moines, Dantons, etc. I mean, they're all good candidates. I mean, the Des Moines, to be fair, the Des Moines did have a certain amount of utility in later conflicts. Vanguard, obviously, a battleship, just a little bit out of her time. The Dantons, kind of, yeah, the ultimate pre-dreadnought, arriving at a time that everyone's starting on their first generation super dreadnoughts. Not necessarily the world's best advertisement for things. Other ships that arrive in time, they don't arrive in time for a conflict they're designed for. I mean, technically, you could look at any sort of first-rate ship of the line built after 1815. Because I mean, apart from Lissa, the big fleets of ships of the line, well, there's the Crimean War, and that's about it. And then the next war, such as it is ironclads. Almost killed everything. John O'Donnell saying tomorrow is the Christmas Day holiday because it was on Sunday. Okay. Someone better tell the supermarkets around here, because the Sainsbury's and Asda and everything else, they all shut Thursday evening and said, go away, we're not opening Friday, but we'll be open on Tuesday. Yeah. Jamie Heffert, yes, I do need to come down to, or up, I guess, to Norfolk, to the Bircham Newington Heritage Centre. Can you drop me an email, actually, about that? Because I need to pick that up. Unfortunately, I think that email got buried in a whole slew of others. So, yeah, please definitely email me to remind me about that. I do need to actually set that up. I do want to go. What other ships? I mean, technically, you could put Hood in that. I mean, Hood, as she came out, would have been an absolute beast in World War One, but without a refit was getting just a little bit too long in the tooth for the next war. And to be honest, you could also put the Colorados. The Colorados, relatively slow and stately, very heavily protected, very heavily armed. Again, really good battle line brawlers for World War One, mostly relegated to shore bombardment in World War Two. Yeah, so yeah, those would be the ones for that, I think. Rebel Skvirl asks, to what extent could armour be mass-produced for warships? Now, that's an interesting one. It depends on what kind of armour. What in the US would be called Class B, i.e. the homogeneous armour, non-face hardened, that you would get in things like deck armour and maybe turret roof armour, although the French went in for face hardened turret roofs as well. That, to a certain extent, you can mass produce, especially in the lower thicknesses. So if you're looking at stuff for, say, deck armour plates, superstructure armour plates, maybe if a navy has a uniform thickness for secondary gun mounts and so forth, you could, to a certain extent, mass produce the plates for that kind of thing. Let's say gun shields. If you have a standard gun shields or gun houses, if you have a standard gun like the US 5-inch 38, you could just start mass producing the steel for that, because you know it's going to be needed, and it's going to be needed in certain shapes. And for decks where you're just using plates, you could probably stock plates for that kind of thing. But as soon as you start getting into face hardened armor, you can't really mass produce it, because it's going to be shaped to the curve of the ship's hull. So you know, a plate that fits at a certain point on the bow of a ship won't fit on the stern, and won't fit on the broadside, midships, and so forth. And even at its location on the bow, that's probably only going to fit that class of ship, unless your next class is a derivative of the first one. And it's got to be of a certain shape and size and thickness and so forth. So face hardened plate, the only sense of mass production would be if you know you're building, I don't know, say class of 4 or class of 6, your factory's going to be making a lot of plates. And so, you know, if there's, I don't know, a midships side belt armor plate, number 12, if you're building a class of 6, you know you have to build at least 12 of those, because you need port and starboard, and there's 6 ships. But even then, you're making a very specific number. You make a few backups as well for battle damage and so forth. But and the same thing with turrets. If you've got a 3 turret ship and you're building 6 ships, then you now are building at least 18 turrets plus spares. So it's short. I guess that's batch production rather than mass production, because you can't. Well, theoretically you could, but it wouldn't be a good idea to manufacture considerably larger sheets of face hardened steel and then try and cut them down. You'd probably ruin the heat treat, and you'd be putting far too much resources into a bunch of stuff you'd cut off for waste later on. Duke of Petchington asks, if the UK developed 6-inch and 8-inch triple turrets before the first London Naval Treaty, how does the design, tonnage and reliability? I guess you mean, how does the design, tonnage and reliability of their ships change? I mean, 8-inch triples before first London, I mean, it depends when before first London. If they develop it right after Washington, which is technically before first London, the counties might have 9 8-inch guns in 3 triples. If they're developing it right, like 2 minutes before midnight, before the first London Treaty, there might be some argument for the Yorks maybe having a pair of triple eights so that they can have their 6 guns. Now, whether that might be a Deutschland style, you know, 1 triple forward, 1 triple aft, or whether they go stuff it with putting both triples forward and shortening everything up, bearing in mind they were supposed to be budget cruisers, so I can see somebody trying that. That might happen. If the 666 is developed a couple of years earlier, then, well, because I've been writing 5-minute guide scripts a little bit ahead in anticipation of heading off to the States in February, I think sometime around February, March-ish, I'm covering the 2 Argentinian 1930s cruiser classes, 25 de Mayo and La Argentina. And the La Argentina is basically a souped up Arethusa design with early town class 666s. And the point that I actually make in that video is that for their tonnage and overall capabilities, if you give them a couple of tweaks, delete the school space, put in a bit more machinery, and upgrade the triples to quads, so a slightly tweaked La Argentina design with 3 666s is actually more capable than either a Leander or an Arethusa. It outguns both, is better protected than both, and with those slight changes would be the same speed. And at that point, you would get 12 hulls and a little bit of change, which is the same as the Leander and Arethusa production run for the same tonnage. So possibly you might get a La Argentina type cruiser, a 9-gun 6-inch cruiser at about 6.5, 7,000 tons, developed for the Royal Navy instead of the Arethusas and Leanders, which would be better for them, I think. So yeah, getting the 666s slightly earlier would be make a lot more difference and help the Royal Navy a lot more than perhaps the 888s, which at best are probably just going to get you maybe some slightly odd looking Yorks. Maybe it might prompt them to start work on one or two 888 full heavy cruisers just before the war starts, but probably not. Galdar Ione asks, what classic alternate history tropes are you most tired of? Well, as I have said before, the number of times the kind of sort of what if the entire Kriegsmarine or World War II capital ship force sorted at once, that's been asked so many times in various ways, shapes and forms. I wouldn't necessarily say, okay, there is one trope I am a little tired of, which is time displacing X ship or 2 or 3 X ships from 20, 30, 40 plus years in the future back to insert battle here. Yamato's at Jutland or something like that. Because, or, Dreadnought at Trafalgar or something. Because it's a fairly boring, to be honest, thing. They kill a lot of whichever side they're up against with near enough impunity. That's what decades or centuries of technological advancement will do to you. The main issues at that stage are usually how much ammunition do you have, and that's really usually the only mitigating factor. So those are a little bit annoying nowadays, I think. But more broadly speaking, I'd say most alternate history tropes can be interesting as long as people think through the scenario a little bit more than X changes, and you might detect a little bit of that when I'm answering some questions, because the thing you've always got to remember is that if you say what if X changes and that is the only thing that changes, well, usually the person who's asking the question either knows roughly what the result is going to be, they just want me to repeat it, or they're looking for a particular result and they've engineered the question in a certain way. And there is only going to be one response at that point, because you're changing something in a way which theoretically you should at least have some idea about what effect that change is going to have, because it's relatively easy to predict. Which is why usually I try and answer and kind of throw in well, if this happens, then this is likely to happen, and then this will happen as a result, because everybody reacts to everybody else. So an alternate history question where someone has actually thought about, okay, I change this and everything sails out, which we answered earlier in this stream, but where the question is not what happens, the question is what would you do as the British, or what would the British do to counter it? See, that's you're going beyond the just, oh yes, well, we're putting all the ships out there for this side. We're going okay, you're saying YouTube isn't getting enough video to maintain smooth streaming. That's weird. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Carl from Gazenberg saying, was there a circle of doom just for me? Okay, hopefully it's working again. I mean, I don't know what could have caused it. Okay, are we back? Are we running nice and for a second? Okay, right, so I can continue. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying, by moving it on to what I guess that's that second tier, is like how is the other guy going to react? That does make it a lot more interesting, and it makes it not a tired trope, because we're now, if you like, leveling the playing field a little bit, because we're giving both sides vaguely historically plausible reactions. So that, as I say, at that point, that's fine. Frank Spazzato, how would you have arranged your Grand Fleet battleship squadrons and divisions in 1914, Jutland, and 1918, based on the earlier Drydock question about firepower and uniformity in fleet composition? I mean, given how many odd ships from different classes were away, being refitted, repaired, etc., or in case of Audacious, etc., lost. Thank you very much, Bob Fry. At Jutland, I couldn't really fault the layout all that much, because you had so many, as I say, you had so many sort of 1, 2, and 3 ship groups trying to get a homogeneous battle squadron outside of, well, outside of, you know, a couple of divisions would be really difficult. So at Jutland, the composition they had, I think, is probably about as good as you can really ask for. Whereas in 1914, you don't have anywhere near as many dreadnoughts, and some of the big, you know, you haven't lost Audacious, for example, and the big heavy firepower ships like the Revengers and QEs aren't present. At which point in 1914, I would tend to organise the divisions much more along class lines and distribute the divisions to try and balance things up. So rather than, you know, mixing up 13.5 and 12-inch ships, I would maybe have, you know, let's say first battle squadron. Obviously each battle squadron is eight ships divided into 2 divisions of 4. So I might go, okay, Dreadnought and the Bellerophons are going to be the 2nd division of first battle squadron, but I'm going to put the Iron Dukes in the 1st division, or something like that, because their overall speed is all the same, but then that means that my least powerful division is complemented by my most powerful one at that time, and so on and so forth down the line. And in 1918, I'd probably, because I've got now a lot more ships, I would probably apply that, but on a battle squadron basis. So I'd put all my 12-inch ships into one battle squadron and go, right, we just have to protect that one, and all my 15-inch ships into another battle squadron, and my 13.5-inch ships into another one, and then have a mixed bag of other odd loose ends, and then another one of the US, and then I can, you know, sort things out on a battle squadron basis. UNSC forward onto Dawn. What is your opinion? What are, in your opinion, the 3 best naval war films and or the 3 worst naval war films? Best ones would be Master and Commander, Das Boot, and I mean, there's a bunch of very strong contenders for place number 3, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, there's a lot of candidates you could put in 3. It depends on what you are looking for in a naval war film. You're looking for precise period accuracy, and if so, how? Because you get a lot of the sort of 50s, 60s, maybe even 70s war films, you know, where, like, Sink the Bismarck, it's fairly obvious there's some airfix kits at work. Battle of the River Plate, a Des Moines class has magically become the Graf Spee. So the visuals are completely and utterly off, but a lot of the actual narrative, etc., is much closer to accurate than you might get these days. So, you know, and then, well, worst, we'd be here all night. Ebenezer 1690 says, Greetings. I enjoyed your series while in the US. I'm a native of Boston. Come back again. Best wishes this new year. Well, assuming that Boston hasn't turned into a storm-blown ice rink that means I can't land, I will be back in Boston in the February trip. So again, more on that once we finish off the super chats. I'll then briefly talk about the tentative plans for the America trip in February, and then we'll get on to questions from chat. Frank Spazzato, was the loss of the Devastators and crew at Midway the greatest factor in the lack of torpedo bomber usage in the rest of 1942? Not the US sending crews home to train you guys. Well, the thing is, the US lost a lot of its experienced torpedo bomber pilots at Midway, and their crews. Not to mention they were only just about bringing the Avengers online, so whether or not they even had the torpedo bombers period is another factor. So I mean, the US sending the crews home to train up the new guys is it's tied into the loss of the others, because in theory, yes, you could probably have scraped together enough pilots total across the fleet and enough Avengers to reinvigorate the torpedo squadrons up to their full strength in time for Guadalcanal. But it would have meant that you've basically put all your experienced pilots, as far as torpedo bombers are concerned, into that one undertaking. So if you do get another, massacre of the Devastators happening for whatever reason, and the Avenger could have suffered that fate if a bunch of them had got, if you'd had a VT squadron that just got the 3 squadrons of zeros drop in on it, then you're kind of entering not quite Japanese levels of downward spiraling losses, but it would take an awful lot longer to reconstitute your VT squadrons, and the Americans were aware of that. So at that point, you want to get your crew, a lot of your surviving crews home in order to train up the next generation, so that you have a constant supply. So they're kind of tied together. Now, obviously, there were some Avengers present on the ships at Guadalcanal, but there's, if you look at the US aircraft carrier balance of aircraft in the Guadalcanal campaign, there are a lot fewer torpedo bombers overall present than there were up until Midway in the various air groups. Aluminium Fence says, I'd love to see the second team up between Drac and Rex's hangar on the US battleship versus bomber test of the 20s. Ah, yes. How fractally wrong can Billy Mitchell be? That's going to be an interesting one. I mean, I'd love to do it with Rex's hangar if he's up for it. We do have a plan for another collaboration in the new year. It's not on that, but it might be an interesting one to talk about as a further follow up. But either way, at some point, probably towards the end of next year, I will be doing, if I don't do a collaboration with Rex's hangar, I definitely will be doing a video on Billy Mitchell. And I'm not sure whether to call it fractal wrongness or even a broken clock is right twice a day, but it's going to be something along those lines, because in principle, technically Billy Mitchell was right, but in practice he was also horrifically, as I say, fractally wrong. Kind of in the same way as Admiral Fisher, to be honest, when he called the submarine the future capital ship. It's like, you look at nuclear powered and nuclear missile subs in the Cold War. Yes, technically he was correct. He was not correct in 1920, though. Anyway, Harold Grundetjian, I think. Apologies if I've horribly butchered that. If the Royal Norwegian Navy ship classes of the Eidsvold and Tordenskjold had escaped to Scapa Flow after the fall of Norway, what role would those ships have in the rest of the war? Sadly, probably not a huge one. because they're quite small and, well, as they demonstrated, not exactly very well protected. On the other hand, they are the largest ships of the Norwegian Navy, and if they are in Scapa Flow, they will probably form a core of the Free Norwegian Navy. They might not want to let go of them. What I can possibly see them finding a use for is they would desperately need some modernization and refits for sure. But that they might initially be sort of accommodation and depot ships for the Royal Norwegian Destroyer Force. But then as you move towards the latter part of the war, with things like Operation Husky and D-Day, etc., they might then have a quick work over modernization and then find themselves being used similar to the way the Flores class gunboats of the Dutch were used, and basically being used as inshore support craft, because let's face it, they are shallow draft and they carry some fairly big guns for their displacement, which would make them perfect for shore bombardment close support work, in the same way that monitors, they basically become slightly faster monitors but with less bulges, or who knows, they might have a bunch of bulges stuck on them. Texas Anlashock, what would be your naval dream team? Ships and personnel, any ships from any navy, and the same for the officers. Well, personnel is a difficult one, because a very well-trained crew is a very well-trained crew, and you can get that from a number of different ships. And when you can't really go, well, I would like the lieutenant or lieutenant, depending on the navy, in charge of gunnery from this ship, but the chief engineer from that ship, and so on and so forth. That doesn't really work that way. But if I could take, let's say, a tactical admiral and a strategic admiral, i.e. an admiral who's in charge of my battle squadron that I'm going to put right in the enemy's face, and an admiral that I'm going to have directing the entire fleet, of which the frontline squadron is part. I mean, you could do worse than, say, have Admiral Cunningham in overall command of the fleet, but have someone like, say, Admiral Lee in charge of the battleships. So maybe have a two battleship division or squadron, depending on what you're making the ships up from, and you'd have Admiral Cunningham in overall command leading one unit, Admiral Lee leading the other unit, and then take your pick of decent carrier admiral, someone like maybe Mitcher or Fletcher or Spruance, in charge of the carriers. And yeah, I probably would be picking from the US for the carriers, because let's face it, right up until the end, British didn't really have the opportunity to try mass carrier operations, and when you had more than one carrier hull around, which was relatively rare, it was usually someone like Cunningham who was in charge of the whole fleet who was directing them. But yeah, and then take someone like Vian or Manly Power in charge of your destroyers, for example, and throw that dream team at the enemy. Essex class carriers and so forth. That would be a very, very fun thing to watch. Galdar Ioni, wow, there's a lot of super chat questions. Galdar Ioni asks, Shinano actually makes it to Kure, and lacking planes and resources to finish her, she sits out the rest of the war intact. Does the US use her somehow? Yeah, they're going to blow up at Bikini Atoll or Operation Crossroads. She's getting nuked. They nuked Saratoga. They nuked Independence. They nuked a bunch of their own ships. They nuked Nagato. They nuked Prince Eugen. If they come across Shinano, given that at least hull-wise, broadly speaking, she's a Yamato class, they're nuking her. That's definitely happening. Colin Cameron, you said it would be a good decision to convert Hood's sisters to carriers under the Washington Treaty, and we could see British twin-engine carrier aircraft. How do you think this would affect designs for US or Japanese carriers? Well, it can't affect them too much, apart from maybe the US might look on the Lexingtons to see if they can fit some twin-engined aircraft on the Lexingtons. But outside of that, theoretical Admiral conversions would be in the same boat as Akagi, Kaga, Lexington, and Saratoga, in that they're allowed specifically by the treaty, but everything else that follows is going to be significantly smaller, albeit more efficient because they're purpose-built carriers. But the sheer length and potentially breadth of the hangars, those which would be the things that allow you to support twin-engined aircraft, just wouldn't be present for the most part, unless you played some very interesting shenanigans with the way you design your ships. But it also depends on what those twin-engine carrier aircraft are. If they're twin-engine strike aircraft that are carrying very heavy bomb loads, or possibly, maybe a 21-inch torpedo or two 18-inch torpedoes, that might make the Americans and Japanese a bit more nervous about having more fighters, because if a bomber with a 550-pound bomber or an 18-inch torpedo gets through, that's not good. But if a bomber with two torpedoes or a full-size 21-inch torpedo or a 2,000-pound bomb gets through, that's a lot worse. So that might influence greater fighter strength. Conversely, the British might go, well, actually a twin-engine strike aircraft might be too large even for an Admiral conversion, so we're going to look for some kind of compact, long-range twin-engined fighter, at which point they're probably not going to be too concerned, unless it's something like some form of sea whirlwind of some description, if they somehow get that working. Then they'd be very nervous. Frank Spazzato, do the shells of warships ever need to be cleaned to operate better? Why did no one ever or rarely utilise the idea of fighter-only light carriers? There were some fighter-only escort carriers and light carriers, or predominantly fighter-only carriers of that sort, operating towards the end of the war when they could afford to specialise. But the thing is, most of basically outside of the independences, no one built a light carrier that could keep up with the fleet carriers, at which point you're going to be using your light carriers in a different role to your fleet carriers. And if they're going to be used in a different role, they need to be able to fight comprehensively, and that includes strike missions, which means you have to include some kind of strike aircraft. It's only when you've either got everybody tied to a specific location, like supporting an amphibious landing, or if you have something like the Independences, which can keep up with the fleet carriers, that if you've got enough of both, you then can start to think about specialising your lighter carriers somewhat. Republic of New Carolina Joint Chiefs of Staff asks, if during the early part of World War I German spies discovered the existence of Room 40, what would both the Germans and the British do in response to this? Well, the Germans are going to change all their codes, obviously. The British would want to find out how, well, first they'd have to do counterintelligence to work out how and who the German spies were. But if the British have Room 40 long enough to realise its utility, and they manage to plug however it is that the German spies got in to find out about it, then if Room 40 is discovered and the Germans change all their codes, then the British are probably, well, they'll relocate Room 40 somewhat, but then their main priority after that is going to be trying to pick off, either themselves or allies, pick off lone German vessels, or go looking for the wrecks of recently sunk German vessels, and they desperately be wanting to get those copies of the new code books, albeit of course the Germans at that point probably become even more paranoid about making sure those things are destroyed and possibly changing them on a more regular basis. So overall, whilst the British would be fighting tooth and nail to possibly to regain that capability, it's going to be quite difficult, and obviously that's going to have a big knock-on impact to their response times for things like Jutland. Gunfox 61, if Shinano was able to be saved, how would that have changed the state Japanese Navy? Shinano was going to be the third in the Yamato class, was turned into a carrier. It depends what you mean. I mean, if Shinano was saved from Archerfish's attack, so her escorts, let's say, go after Archerfish and Shinano immediately comes to a halt, does as much damage control as she can and calls for assistance, and they somehow get her limping back home, it's not going to change the Japanese naval state all that much. They don't have the aircraft to put on her. She's not even complete, and now she needs major repairs. So she's probably going to be sort of still being patched up and repaired when the war ends, at which point, you know, as I said a couple of questions back, she'll probably end up just getting nuked. The Americans certainly aren't going to let the Japanese keep her after the war. If she's built as a Yamato class and somehow survives the war, I mean, she's probably still getting nuked, but if there's an completely intact Yamato, they might keep her around as a museum ship or as a war trophy, or both, possibly. Maybe long enough. They might keep her around as a war trophy long enough, and then when they get bored of her, give her back to Japan on the basis that she's obsolete, at which point the Japanese probably would keep her around as some kind of museum ship. Gunfox 61 asks, if you could pick a US Navy museum ship to be docked in the UK for a time, which one would it be and why? That's an interesting one. I mean, given the reception that the USS Iowa got when she came into Portsmouth back in the 80s, I'd be tempted to bring one of the Iowas over, at which point New Jersey or Wisconsin would be the easier ones because they're already on the East Coast. But in some ways, I kind of want to bring Constitution over for a bit. Either park her alongside Warrior, or maybe even bring her into the kind of, if the Royal Navy can be persuaded, into the docking basin that Victory's Drydock backs onto. That would be fun. Then everyone you could literally compare and contrast a heavy frigate with a ship of the line, because they'll be right next to each other. Chazix asks, how would the naval war in World War I change if the war had started in 1909? So both sides would be using extensive amounts of pre-dreadnoughts in their battle fleets. I mean, in 1909, the Germans would barely have any operational dreadnoughts. The British are a little bit better off, but not much. So you're basically either looking at, you know, a single division of dreadnoughts, or dreadnoughts maybe being scattered to lead other ships around. And the Lord Nelson and Agamemnon, the semi-dreadnoughts, are going to be in high demand as well. So yeah, a World War One that starts in 1909, navally speaking, I mean, obviously you're going to have dreadnoughts and battle cruisers coming online constantly as the war goes on, but as it begins, it's going to be a mostly pre-dreadnought affair, with a few dreadnoughts kind of standing as giants in the playground. And at that point in 1909, the only battle cruisers that are really operational are going to be the Invincibles, so they're going to have fun. Fushi Smith, naval names are generally descriptive, so do sailors go to a number 2 on the poop deck? And no. No, the poop deck sadly is taken from a French term that basically just boringly means aft deck. So yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty much that. The heads are called the heads actually because, well, again, various theories have been put forward, but one of the main things is the heads are at the bow of the ship, i.e., the head of the ship. That's one of the reasons put forward as to why they are so named. We're closing in on the end of the super chat questions. Sherman117 asks, a crazy German naval gunmaker makes the 17-inch guns and shells for the L-20E Alphas, then hides them in a bunker, and they're found in the 30s. What ships would have them installed? To be perfectly honest, they'd probably get stuck in the Atlantic wall defences, because a 17-inch gun, that's considerably heavier and larger than a 15-inch. I mean, in theory, you might be able to, if you discovered them in the early to mid 30s, you might be able to adapt the Bismarck design to carry, let's say, 6 of them. There's certainly enough beam on the thing, at which point they'd kind of be massively overgrown Scharnhorsts, but with twin turrets. In terms of overall layout, that would probably be the only ones I can really think you could do. I think you might be able to just about get away with modifying the Bismarcks into kind of Scharnhorst or Renown style layout with 17-inch guns. You'd have to make some sacrifices elsewhere, most likely, but realistically I think they're probably just ending up on the Atlantic wall. Jeffrey Barney says, what if the Home Fleet had succeeded in intercepting the German force during Operation Zitronella, the German raid on Spitsbergen in September 1943? If I remember correctly, I think that's when Victorious's albacores were overhauled by a destroyer that was trying to get at Tirpitz. Because if I remember correctly, the combination of circumstances was that you had a headwind but a following sea, which it's nearly the Arctic. You're going to get that kind of thing occasionally. So you had a destroyer that was forging on full speed, assisted by a following sea, and was really booking it. And the albacores, which had when fully loaded, had a cruise speed of about 90 knots. And were facing some pretty hefty headwinds as well. So I think the destroyer was making an overall, if you like, a ground speed of something in the high 30s of knots, although relative to the sea she was was going a bit slower. And the albacores were in such a headwind that their total forward movement was actually less than the high 30s of knots the destroyer was doing. But I mean, if they had succeeded in that kind of thing, in that kind of interception, there was more than enough firepower present to deal with the German force, including, if I remember correctly, I think there was an American battleship involved as well. So yeah, it would have just been, well, at that point, because Bismarck was lost in a gunfight, Scharnhorst was lost in a gunfight, Gneisenau was bombed in a harbour, but yeah, if Tirpitz had been caught then, it would have been every German warship that was caught out in the open that was destroyed when not in dock was destroyed by enemy battleships. Jeffrey Barney says, I think you're describing Rosselsprung, not Zitronella. Ranger was the carrier that sailed to intercept the Spitsbergen raid. It's entirely possible. I mean, it's not like Tirpitz came out that often. Unfortunately, it's been a very long day. I've done 2 Wednesday videos and a 5-minute guide today, recording and editing. The scripts were done earlier, but yeah. And I think I got about 4 hours sleep. So apologies if I'm mixing up two operations there. That's the hazards of live streams. Thomas 1918, what's the deepest confirmed dive for a Type 7 or Type 9 submarine during World War II? That's debated, but I think it's something in the order of 300 to 400 meters, if I remember correctly. It's not, yeah. It was well below the test depth, and it was very nearly crush depth. But if I'm remembering it correctly, I think one of the German subs, at least part of it, went down to something like 300-400 meters. Not that it was something you could repeat, because it was, you know, it was almost as mangled by going that deep as it was by depth charges and so forth. Thomas 1918 asks, how good of a battleship were the Fuso and Issei classes when they weren't even armoured against their own guns? I mean, it depends who they'd be facing off against. Because if they're facing off again, and this is the thing, yes, not being armoured against your own guns is not a brilliant idea if you're a battleship, because in theory you're designing ships that are armed with guns that are similar to the other ships that are being built at the time. On the other hand, you could argue that with so many 12-inch and in some cases 11-inch armed ships out there, then maybe the Fusos and Isseis had enough armour to deal with the majority of ships that they were likely to encounter at the time they were launched. Now, obviously, that would be a decreasing number proportionally as more and more ships with 13.5 and 14 and 15-inch guns entered service. But the Japanese were prioritising things slightly differently generally. So they were looking at reasonably long-range engagements. They were looking at speed more so than anything else. So that's why, you know, after the Kawachis, once you get Kongo, Fuso, Issei, Nagato, etc., generally speaking, Japanese capital ships are a few knots faster than their contemporaries. And that's something they carried through into the 1920s, where, you know, even the Keys and the number 13s, they're broadly aiming to be a little bit faster than the average battleship, not necessarily battle cruiser speeds, but, you know, somewhere in between. But they're also somewhat less well armoured. So that's why you look at Nagato. Nagato is the fastest of the three Washington era battleships, the Colorados, Nelsons and Nagato. She's by far the fastest, but she's also by far the least well protected. We're down to 5 super chats, hooray! And then I can take a drink, and then I can start digging into the chats, apart from obviously updating everyone on the America trip. Jeff Barney asks, for those of us who never got to see your U571 review, what was your general opinion of the movie? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I am working on a solution that will hopefully bring that review back to light at some point next year. But yeah, there's a lot of factual errors, and also not even just factual errors, but also just not, you know, things being described one way but shown another, and things that make no sense, like welding wooden decks and so forth. Yeah, it's not the best, not by a long shot. Thomas 1918, what books about naval warfare, especially on Jutland, can you recommend? Well, that's lucky, because my Jutland shelf is just here. I'll just move these out the way. So, I'll move that as well. Right, so Jutland, the Naval Staff Appreciation. So this is the kind of the lessons from Jutland as interpreted by the Royal Navy. Then you have Voices from Jutland. This is an excellent one because, as the name suggests, it's mostly got lots and lots of quotes from people who were there. So, you know, I like that kind of history. Definitely worth a read. Jutland, The Unfinished Battle. That's by Nicholas Jellicoe, and yes, that is the grandson of Admiral Jellicoe. So very much someone who is worth having a listen to. Jutland, An Analysis of the Fighting. John Campbell, a little bit older now, but still an absolutely excellent reference work. Jutland 1916, The Archaeology of a Naval Battlefield. If you want to know what some of the wrecks are like, okay, it's not about necessarily Jutland specifically in terms of the conflict, but if you want to know what the wrecks are like, at least the ones that they found and explored, that's the one to go for. I'll put that back. And then, so that's from the British section. Now is my German section. Somewhere in this German section here is there's two books. There's Jutland. There's a Jutland, A German Perspective, and Admiral Scheer's autobiography. Both definitely worth having a look at because, as the two names suggest, they'll give you the German idea of things. And then on the slightly wider scale, you've got things like British and German battle cruisers, which is hiding around somewhere. Now, did I put that in British or did I put it in German? Or did I put it in general? Which is also something I might have done. I think. Yes, there you go. No, I put it in German. British and German battle cruisers, their development and operations by Michele Cosentino and Ruggiero Stanglini. I apologise, I probably horribly butchered their names. Good cross comparison. There's German battle cruisers by Gary Staff. There's British battle cruisers by John Roberts. Obviously, that's a lot of its focus. That's focusing on the battle cruiser action. And somewhere up there, I've got The Grand Fleet by Admiral Jellicoe. That's another one if you can get your hands on a copy, because obviously I don't know if anyone's reprinted that since more recently. They might have done. What else is readily to hand? There's a few more on the Jutland shelf, but they're a little bit more specific, a little bit more niche. That's Brugger, that's Menace. KMF5. Oh, where have they gone? I think they're over there. Fighting the Great War at Sea by Norman Friedman. That's got a good chunk on Jutland. There you go. The Great War at Sea by Marcus Faulkner. That's got maps that are actually understandable. Definitely one you want to pick up. I think I've also got a copy, again, if you can get your hold of one. I've got a copy somewhere over there of the Jutland Papers, which has the old charts and everything. So it's similar to the Naval Staff Appreciation, but much more immediate. And there is, I can't remember what it's called right off the top of my head, but it's Where is it? It's somewhere around here. I'll probably find it when I stop looking for it. Um, there's one called, I think it's called Jutland Anatomy of a Scandal or something, and it's basically a two-part. It's a two-part book that's been recently republished. Hang on, let me see if I can just look it up. Oh yeah, here we go. It's called The Jutland Scandal, The Truth About the First World War's Greatest Sea Battle. So you had Vice Admiral Harper and Admiral Bacon. They both wrote short books - long pamphlets about the battle. Harper's report in particular was quite in quite a bit of disagreement with some of the other Admiralty narrative. And the Harper report in particular is something that a lot of people online discuss, but is actually very difficult to get hold of in its original context, because it was self-published in the 20s and there's very few extant copies left that aren't in private collectors' hands. But that is a reprint of both his report and Bacon's. So yeah, if you can pick up those, you'll get two somewhat diametrically, somewhat opposed versions of what's going on, but they both dig into a lot of information, and you can, especially if you read that in context with the Naval Staff Appreciation, you can see some of the disagreements between admirals who actually investigated everything that went on and some of what the Admiralty was trying to sell to everyone. So yeah, those would be some of my Jutland recommendations. And before this turns into the Jutland recommendation stream, let's move on. Asparse Proton 1 says, why did New Jersey seem to shoot such huge flames out of its guns compared to the other Iowas? I don't think she necessarily did. I think it's more the fact that because she was one of the more active Iowas, in fact probably the most active Iowa in sort of the Vietnam onwards era, she benefited from having modern high-speed photography taken of her firing considerably more than some of the other ships, because there are pictures of Iowa firing, for example, and the fireballs are just as huge. It's just that to catch the scope and scale of those fireballs, you either have to be immensely lucky with World War II era camera equipment, or just have a rapid fire burst mode when you've got more modern equipment around. Ron Smith asks, why did the US bring back the Iowas in the Korean War and not heavy cruisers? They seem overkill for fire support missions. There was a small amount of concern that something might be shaken loose to help the North Koreans out. I'll leave that up to you to decide what that something might be, but given that MiG-15s were magically appearing in North Korean skies, who knew what else the Soviet Union and or China might send down to help? But also the running costs of a heavy cruiser like Des Moines or Baltimore and the running costs of an Iowa are actually not as dissimilar as you might imagine. And the Iowas bring things like the ability to refuel destroyers quite happily from their considerably larger fuel reserves. They're also just bigger, beefier ships, so they can cope with the weather, carry more supplies, they can stay out longer, and quantity is a quality all of its own. They have more and bigger guns, so if you're going to blow up things at long distances and scatter them to the four winds, then you've got a much better overall package when it comes to an Iowa. This is kind of one of the reasons why the Alaskas went out, because the Alaskas almost cost near as much to run as an Iowa, but offered far less. So just use an Iowa. And Budguy8829 asks, were there any plans to save USS Pennsylvania as a museum ship? Not that I'm aware of, to be honest. There may have been some, but she was disposed of pretty quickly compared to some other battleships. And realistically, battleships that have just been taken out of service, if they're being taken straight out of active service, tend not to get too much in the way of compassion from people, even states that they're named for. It tends to take a little while past their prime for people to really start feeling nostalgic about them. Right, so that, I believe, is the Super Chats and the Patreon questions all caught up on. So let's start grabbing questions out of chat. I've got a bit of drink left, and it's 11 past 11, whatever. Let's keep going, at least until, well, I wasn't at least until midnight, because I've only got a bit of drink left, and I can feel my voice is beginning to go, but let's see how we go. Anyway, Plasma Burn Death says, if you happen to have a second, my son wanted to ask, did you build boat models, and if you did, out of Lego as a kid, and if you still do now, and if you have designed ships? I mean, I've designed ships in all sorts of things. I've designed ships in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, particularly recently. Spring Sharp, I did a few. Now, in terms of Lego, yes. I mean, I've built model ships as well. You've seen Hood, you've seen Seydlitz on the channel at various points. I'm working on a little model of Mary Rose at the moment. You've seen my Battlesea Gothic stuff, although that's not naval ships. But 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, when 4 or 5-year-old Drac only had access to basic Lego building blocks, and obviously a 4 to 5-year-old imagination, this was my attempt to build HMS Victory about 3 or 4 weeks after I first saw her, when I was age 4. I've kept this ever since. So this model is probably older than some people who are watching this live stream. It's a very, very precious model to me, and now it lives here. I built a galleass for it to fight after reading about the Spanish Armada, which was obviously slightly out of time, but I only had a limited amount of Lego left, so I built a simple galleass for the Victory to fight. And actually, that Victory model, I can confirm from my childish experiments, does actually float in the bath. Somewhat low in the water, but it does float. So yeah, and yeah, I'm keeping that forever. Eric Amborski, was there an order of seniority for the assignment of captains to cruisers? As in, was it possible to have a hotshot commander captaining a county while an experienced captain has an Arethusa? Yeah, there was an order of seniority for Royal Navy captains. Now, for cruisers specifically, there were some captains who worked better or wanted to be on cruisers. So you might have a more senior captain who might have a preference for being on destroyers or capital ships or whatever. So it wasn't necessarily the case that this is the senior most captain, this commander's come up, therefore he's going on this cruiser. A senior and well-regarded captain may very well be able, there might be a command that comes available for a cruiser, but he might be very much able to just turn around and say, actually, I'd prefer to wait 3 months until this capital ship or this destroyer flotilla comes available. But other than that, you know, when a command became available, if there was a captain who either wanted it or wasn't particularly bothered by it, or didn't have the friends to resist it, and a cruiser command became available, he would be given that cruiser command. So yeah, if you had a very experienced commander, a very experienced captain, and there's no capital ships around, and an Arethusa becomes available, he will probably be offered that command if he's the most senior one. But if the next one that comes available in, say, 7-8 months is a county class, and the next one, then the next available captain is considerably lower down the seniority charts, and all the ones in between are on other assignments, he may very well get command of a county class. That is entirely possible. The Black Jackal says, in an interview from a former USS Intrepid crewman, he said, after she was hit on the 25th of November 1944, the captain tried to play music to signal the crew to abandon ship. Is this true? I don't know off the hand, because I haven't read up on that particular incident in any great detail. If you've got a link to that interview, then feel free to email me or Discord message me, and I'll have a look at it, and then I can look in more detail into that incident and see what I can find. It's possible if he thought that was what was necessary to do, and it was an expedient thing, but I couldn't say one way or the other without looking into it in more detail. Scooter JSP, if Admiral Yamamoto had survived the war, what would have been his fate? Well, he would have ended up on trial, as did a lot of other surviving Japanese senior staff. Exactly what his fate would have been would have depended probably on two things. Well, broadly speaking, they could have tried to hit him with 3 overall charges. Firstly, they could have, said, well, look, the men under your command definitely committed war crimes, and since you're the senior most admiral, the buck ultimately stops with you. You facilitated -- possibly ordered them, so therefore you're going to get punished for that. If there was enough distance removed between the lower commanders and Admiral Yamamoto, or there was no evidence that he sanctioned it, or that he could plausibly have been expected to know about it, then they might have tried to hit him with some of the actions of his more senior officers, which he would definitely have known about, at least in theory. And they also might, as a senior military commander, might also try to hit him with, culpability for planning the Pearl Harbor attack, for example, and just Japan's general aggressive actions. Now, of course, that could, depending on how they shape those charges, would depend on how successful they're going to be, because you have people like Raeder and Dönitz who went on trial, but who ended up, for example, with the unrestricted submarine warfare, when they tried to pin that on, I think it was on Dönitz, and Admiral Nimitz stepped in and said, we did the same thing, so you can't convict him on that. So who knows? He definitely would have ended up on a war crimes trial. Exactly if he would have been convicted, and if so, with what? Don't know. Amnuk asks, how would the Royal Navy have reacted if the US Navy finished the South Carolina before they finished Dreadnought? Depends how much sooner. If it's a matter of months, and if the US started South Carolina considerably sooner, the main thing might be it might prompt them to actually build the Bellerophons immediately, like a 4-ship Bellerophon class immediately thereafter. If it's a lot sooner, like 6 months, a year, or something like that, then they might start looking at South Carolina and going, is there anything we can adopt for the Bellerophon? So then the Bellerophons, perhaps instead of being, as they were, basically repeat dreadnoughts but with 4-inch instead of 12-pounders, might have some more super firing turrets incorporated into them, depending on how much Admiral Fisher liked the chase guns and whether or not they're going to retain the sighting hoods in this alternate scenario, because the Royal Navy did keep the sighting hoods for quite a while, to be fair. 2320. 96831. Were Beatty and Jellicoe not supposed to be King George V's? There's some there was certainly a lot of discussion early on about naming what would eventually become Anson and Howe as Jellicoe and Beatty, and in fact on the relatively famous picture of the Royal Navy as it was either was or was going to be in 1939-1940, which I think was in the Times or something like that, where you see all the Royal Navy, with some ships standing in for multiple vessels. You actually, I think, you see two of the King George V's labelled as Jellicoe and Beatty, but there was a bunch of controversy because the two names and the two respective camps within the Royal Navy still caused a lot of division, so they got renamed to Anson and Howe. Jeff Barney says, do you plan on doing more theoretical battles like you did with Texel in the future? And if so, are there any scenarios you're considering? I'm not opposed to the idea in principle, but I do face a little bit of a problem in that the wargaming group that I used to hang around with, who helped me with the Battle of Texel, basically doesn't exist anymore. COVID killed it off. There was a remnant left after the lockdowns, etc., were eased enough, but it's kind of, you'd lost the critical mass, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't really seem to be a thing anymore. So that would mean, unfortunately, I can't do the kind of full-scale double-blind wargaming that I did for Texel. I can do some theoretical wargaming, talking it out with other historians, and some small-scale stuff. But if I was going to do another theoretical battle thing, these days it would be much more of either a subjective thing or here are several different interpretations, but in less detail, of what could have happened, rather than one grand narrative. Da, da, da. So I'm just checking email. There we go. Right. Oh, wrong thing. Open that. Vicky McDonough, I think, asks, why did Vanguard the First leave so few survivors when she blew up in port, 2 out of 845, compared to, say, Arizona with 335 survivors, or Mutsu with 353? I think it's the nature of the explosion. I mean, for one thing, also, there's a lot fewer people. There's a lot fewer people, and it's a smaller ship. So 845 people in a smaller ship. If a bunch of cordite goes up, there's going to be fewer survivors. Arizona, as I covered in the destruction of Arizona video, one, she's a larger ship, and two, what she suffered was an explosion of the black powder, and then a massive deflagration of the of her main charges for the forward magazines. But as a result, she, you know, there were people in positions, especially further aft, who could survive. And with Mutsu, again, larger ships still, and I think also not quite as much explosive on Mutsu went off as with Vanguard. So it's basically more stuff actually exploded as opposed to deflagrated on a smaller ship with a smaller number of crew. So statistically and engineering wise, there was just a much lower chance of survival. Frank's Bizarro, do the shells of warships ever need to be cleaned to operate better? Not particularly. I mean, you don't want them to get really gunky. If they're building up incrustations and layers of stuff, then yes, that will affect their capabilities. But if you've got a bit of dust on them or whatever, that's not really going to change things. So they do need to be kept clean to operate properly, but not in the context of polishing them to within an inch of their lives clean. It's just don't drop too much paint or oil and that kind of stuff over them. Imsid asks, speaking of models, my brother has started doing HMS Electra. Is there any chance of a video on the class? I can put it on the list, but I can tell you this much: I got up to, I think, end of March, possibly April so far, getting ahead of myself for trips in the first quarter of next year. Mark Bass says my Victory looks more like a frigate. Yeah, as I said, I was 5 years old and I only had block Lego, so I put 3 2x2 pieces on each side to vaguely indicate guns. There wasn't there's not a huge amount you can do when you only have half a bucket of block Lego that was supposed to be a house. I think the length of beam is actually about similar to Victory herself, believe it or not. I should measure it at some point. Nathan D says, how long did it take the Royal Navy to recover from and to repair the damaged ships that made it home from the Battle of Jutland? Recover from about 24 hours, because they had Emperor of India, Queen Elizabeth, etc., etc., all in various occupations that meant they weren't at Jutland. So in terms of overall capital ship numbers, by having the damaged ships like Warspite, etc., go in for repairs and just bringing the undamaged ships out, broadly speaking, between that and some patching up of the lesser damaged ships, the numbers were, apart from battle cruisers, but for battleships particularly, the numbers were almost unchanged. And even for the battle cruisers, you had Australia, which partly made up for things. But repairing the damaged ships, it depends on which ship you're looking at. Some ships, as I say, were patched up and ready for action within 24 hours. Some ships took a few months. Some ships would be out of action for a few months, like Lion, and then would be only partially in action for a long time after. Q-Turret wasn't replaced for quite a while on Lion, but she would have gone into action as a 6-gun ship after a few months of basic repairs. Joel Hoover says, with you doing a video on Typhoon Cobra, would you ever consider doing a video on the Great Lakes Storm 1913? Sure. It would have to go on the very long list. I mean, again, trying to get ahead of myself with planning for early next year so that I can get ahead for going on trips. I started blocking out what videos I need to make, and apart from the Patreon ones, which obviously I voted on each month, and I don't know what those are going to be, but the long-term stuff, in addition to stuff I already knew I was going to do, that's already kind of blocked out for at least a good half of next year, if not more. And I say, and that's just stuff I know that I've got on the go already, let alone stuff I might come up with in the interim, because to be fair, I did have like a whole year plan blocked out for Wednesday videos at the start of this year, but about a third of those videos are still in half completed script form because other videos overtook them. Knight 6831 are the Lord Nelson class pre-dreadnoughts or semi-dreadnoughts. By most standards, they're semi-dreadnoughts because of that fairly hefty 9.2 inch main battery. They are pre-dreadnoughts, but it's kind of semi-dreadnoughts are pre-dreadnoughts, but not all pre-dreadnoughts are semi-dreadnoughts. So to call the Lord Nelsons a pre-dreadnought class in a broad term is accurate if you are just dividing into dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts. But if you then further subdivide, they are in this little niche, along with the Dantons and the Satsumas and so forth, of being semi-dreadnoughts as well. RV at the beach, what's the plaque over your left shoulder? Some of you who were on a previous live stream may have seen that. Let's see if I can adjust the angle. Has that worked? Yes. Let's go back to there. That is my HNSA, Historical Naval Ships Association International Leadership Award, which I was given at the Historical Naval Ships Association conference in September aboard USS Missouri. So I am very, very proud of that, because that is the first, well, technically the first award that the channel received was this thing, the 100,000 subscribers plaque from YouTube, which some of you may remember hanging up in the background a few years ago. But yeah, no, that is the first kind of official award plaque, etc., that I've got from a official, if you like, an official Historical Naval Ships Association. Well, it is literally the Historical Naval Ships Association, but you know what I mean, from an official body that deals with museum ships, history, etc., etc., etc. So I'm really, really happy and proud of that. And now I've got to figure out how to put the camera back down. I think it's a pretty neat little thing to get, to be honest, because and to be honest, the main reason I really like it is because it means that, again, my body of work is has been recognized by people who do this professionally for a living, as being worthy of being awarded. So, you know, that's what I guess what you call professional recognition. Megascrow says your message was cut. Okay, that I don't know what's going on. With that, I will assume that somebody will help you out with that. Jackson Floyd, were you a fan of Battlestar Galactica, the original series? Do you think the Battlestars are nice looking ships, as well as the first practical example of a battle carrier? Battlestars generally look pretty nice. I mean, I don't mind Battlestar Galactica. It's not in my top 5. You know, I like Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, Babylon 5. Excuse me, the voice is beginning to go. Yeah, I'm not against Battlestar Galactica or indifferent to it, but it is relatively low on my list of favourite sci-fi franchises, to be perfectly honest. Scooter JSP, if construction of HMS Hood had begun a few years earlier so that she could have participated at Jutland, what kind of effect could she have had? Well, it's an additional battle cruiser with really powerful guns and, you know, actually worthwhile armour. So, I mean, it depends. If she was if she, because one of the problems, Tiger in theory was the most powerful battle cruiser present, but also had significant problems with her gunnery because she had a very new crew, and a crew that had been in part put together from whatever the Royal Navy could come up with. So if a very experienced crew, let's say they took Invincible's crew, leavened her out a bit and stuck it on a kind of hood, that would be a very powerful ship to have at Jutland. Whereas if they'd gone with his hood, we're going to put the people that Tiger didn't want on her, then you may as well not even have her, apart from maybe as a fire magnet. Gideon Vaughan asks, what would happen to the treaties if the US entered World War II in 1914 and the US Navy was at Jutland? What kind of ship designs are we going to see? I don't think it would massively affect the ship designs per se. Those would kind of progress pretty much as is, and the lessons from Jutland were applied to various ships, especially that the US was building in the aftermath. In terms of what would happen to the treaties, there's two ways of that going about. One is potentially the US Navy gets a lot more funding earlier if it's actively involved in a war, in which case it's going to have more of its older designs available, which means that when the treaties come about and it can fill out its 15 purely out of standard class, you're definitely going to get the Royal Navy wanting a few more new build ships than just Nelson and Rodney. The flip side potentially is that if the Congress decides, actually similar to what the British did initially, that the war will be over before new capital ships can be finished, so we're going to stop you building them, you could have the other end of the US turning around and going to the British, in the aftermath of this treaty, you've got 13.5 and 15-inch ships and some 16s, and we've got 14-inch and 16 ships, but because we couldn't build a bunch of ships in the middle of the war, we've also got a bunch of 12-inch ships, and we think this is unfair, so we want to build more ships. So yeah, it's kind of, it could go either way. It really depends on what Congress decides to do, whether they ban new capital ship construction or open the floodgates on it. The funny thing is, in terms of Lego ships, whereas nowadays I have Airfix style kits and Star Trek ships and 40k ships and 40k stuff in general and Gould attacks and everything floating around. My brother, our youngest brother, actually has a huge fleet of custom built sail warships made out of the Lego Pirate series, which is quite fun. Anyway, Frank Barnwell says, Drakenifel, don't become a lawyer. No. Well, no, I don't want to be a lawyer. I could potentially be evil enough to be a lawyer. I think I have that potential. But I think the problem would be I'd enjoy my work too much. I'd alternate between enjoying it and hating every minute of it. But I'm not becoming a lawyer. No. I will hire lawyers, but I will not be one. Roxfoot 1, thoughts on the naval aspects of the Battlefield documentary series? Depends which one. Do you mean Battlefield 360? Or there's quite a number of different documentary series that are vaguely called Battlefield. Peter Alexander McGowan says, I've got me a trumpeter 1-350 Queen Elizabeth model. Do I do it in 1943 colours as per your version, or go for the 1944 British Pacific Fleet blue on blue scheme as per the USS Saratoga film? It's entirely up to you. It's your model. The ship model itself, I believe, is actually 1943. So it depends. If you want to be absolutely spot on system accurate, you are going to have to get a few third-party additions if you want to do a 1944-45 British Pacific Fleet variant, but that shouldn't be too difficult. The flip side to that is that the 44 British Pacific Fleet colour scheme is much, much easier. Albeit that, you know, I got one of my friends who amongst other things runs the Steam Geezer and Sons YouTube channel. He actually built and painted the thing because he's infinitely better at it than I am, and that model is now currently racing the wardroom of HMS Queen Elizabeth, so, you know, only the best. The Evil Mr. Jeb says, Drac, during the Jutland video you talked about Francis Harvey's VC. Was he in the magazine he ordered to be flooded or outside? And are magazines fully flooded or just wetted enough to douse the flames? So magazines can either have sprinklers activated or completely flooded. And in this case, fully flooded was the order. So if you say, for example, if you go and see my video on HMS Belfast, you'll notice that in the magazines there are two different valves next to each other, one of which opens sprinklers, the other of which opens full flooding. And as for Major Harvey, he wasn't in the magazine, he was wounded by the incoming shells, so he was up on, well, if you like, up on deck. He basically cooled down to flood the magazines and then passed out and then died from his wounds. Trent McCartney says, having been on all three classes of American battleship without hindsight, which would be your choice to serve on in World War II? Without hindsight, I'd obviously want to serve on an Iowa because it's the biggest and the most powerful. With hindsight, I'm on Massachusetts because then I don't die. Right, so it's now coming up to midnight and my voice is beginning to go, so I'm going to do, I think, 5 more questions and then I'm going to wrap this up. Oh, and yeah, 5 more questions, then I have to tell you about the US trip. So Maxwell Looney asks, I know the Enterprise got the title Grey Ghost, however I've also heard Hornet and Warspite possibly also have that title. So did Lexington, the second one, actually. Oh, we know Lexington was Blue Ghost. Is this true? If so, how did they get the title compared to Enterprise? It's basically their colour scheme. You know, if they're mostly painted grey and they keep showing up and doing things and fading away, eventually someone's going to call them Grey Ghost. But I think the Enterprise has prime claim to it. Warspite has a bunch of other nicknames, the Grand Old Lady being one of them, which she's probably better known for. So yeah, I'd say Enterprise has the original claim on that particular title, at least for that time period. Walter Broad, US, do you have to spend February in any place? Yes, I do. I have obligations and places to go in February. Amnok, has the wreck of HMS Barham been found? I don't know. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but to be honest, there's not really going to be much left of it. Let's face it. Carl von Gazenberg says, Dr. Clark has just done a 5-hour, 10-minute live stream. That's certainly a challenge. Yeah, no, I'm not doing a 5-hour, 10-minute. The problem is, I could do something like that on a Sunday, but up until about 2 hours before I started this live stream, I was working on making videos, and then of course I have to eat. Mrs. Track does like to see me doing something other than staring at a computer screen once in a while, and then I have to, you know, sleep, because tomorrow I have to start in on recording this month's Patreon Drydock, which is going to take a couple of days. Roxfoot one says Battlefield BBC American PBS mid-90s was first narrated by Tim Pigott-Smith. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to. If it was mid-90s, there's probably a very good chance I watched it on the BBC. But yeah, Tavildo says, "Yeah, I've seen Drac go over 6 hours on occasion." Yes, this is true. Right, so Knight6831, what makes a deflagration so lethal? So basically, deflagration is a very rapid burning, which technically an explosion is also very rapid burning. The main difference is that explosions... Now, I can't remember offhand the exact precise definition, but the general rule of thumb, the general rule of thumb, at least that I've always followed, is that an explosion will cause an expansion of hot gas in a shock wave, in a supersonic shock wave. So, you know, there will be a bang and things are burnt very, very quickly. And at the end of it, there is a fireball, a big bang, a shock wave, and then it's all over. Whereas a deflagration, you know, an explosion will be over, you know, usually in less than a second, maybe fractionally longer, but not much. Whereas a deflagration can go on for multiple seconds, and rather than being a short rapid expansion of gas, it's more of a very rapid burning. So the main danger from an explosion is the shock wave, if you like, the shove of the expansion of the gas. The main danger from a deflagration is the heat that it produces. And if you're organic, the consumption of oxygen nearby as well. Of course, if you contain a deflagration, you can then get an explosion as the pressure builds. So, you know, if you get, say, you know, cordite out of a 303 cartridge, for example, and you just set fire to it, you know, on a plate or something, you'll get a deflagration. If you now put that, if you have that cordite in the cartridge with a bullet on it and you set it off, you get an explosion. And with Arizona, obviously the gunpowder explosion blew open the ship, which then allowed the powder, the charges on Arizona, to deflagrate. So you get these massive sheets of very rapidly expanding flame, but without so much of the actual, you know, shockwave, etc. So a deflagration will torch you, it will, you know, suck the oxygen out of your lungs, etc. But deflagrations usually won't blow you into a million tiny fragments and scatter you across the next continent. Normally. Kevin Henley says it's not the boom sound. 6 to 1, half dozen of the other. You can get explosions that are surprisingly quiet. You can get deflagrations that are surprisingly loud. It's a very fine line. So Liv, I am going to plead the fifth on that one. Right, so I'm going to grab a couple more questions, then a quick bit on US trip, and then I think we'll wrap it up. USS Grey Ghost, if USS Texas appeared off the US right after the first pre-Dreadnought was launched, first US pre-dreadnought was launched. So that's technically, that's the Indianas. How might that affect the history of battleship development, since they should be able to copy all but the radar? Well, I mean, by radar, I'm presuming you mean the 1940s Texas. I mean, she's big, so that's going to give everyone a clue. To be honest, having something like Texas show up around about 1900, late 1890s, early 1900s, late 1890s for the Indianas, is probably overall a bad thing for the US, because the US does not have the shipyards to be able to build a battleship the size of Texas at that time. I mean, technically, so there are some slipways that might be able to fit her, but the naval construction yards, I don't think, really exist. They would be upgraded and built in the interim between the time of, you know, the mid 1890s and the early 1910s. But thanks to things like various ocean liners, etc., etc., there are other nations like Britain which have yards that are considerably larger. So if this kind of, well, it's a 14-inch gun, that's not massively out of context for people with 12-inch guns. So yeah, if other nations go, oh well, clearly this is the future of battleship design, other nations are going to jump on that trend a lot faster, and initially potentially with slightly less outlay. They'd be hideously expensive, but to be honest, apart from everyone gets slightly bigger guns and slightly bigger ships slightly sooner, the single biggest thing is going to be that at the time the Indianas are being launched, rangefinders are just about a thing and centralized fire control still isn't. Whereas if they get 1940s USS Texas, then whoever gets physically hold on that can reverse engineer the fire control systems, and that's going to completely change things. Right. The Great Lakes Storm of 1913, I have answered that question already. Oh yeah, augment failure. They do know where Ark Royal is. Just trying to find. Tavilda says Tom Scott has a video on deflagration versus detonation. Yeah, probably worth it. Definitely worth a look. Right, so aluminium fence. Can we get a video on the Sig ABBA machine at some point? I mean, as I've got more than enough content to keep me going for years and years, without thinking too hard on what else should I talk about. So yeah, basically when people make suggestions on things that I can cover, as long as it's, you know, within the channel's range and vaguely on topic, I just note them down at the end of the list, and then periodically when I'm blocking out, you know, a few months worth of scripts to start thinking about writing, I'll generally draw off the top of the list for about 2/3 and then scan randomly down the list and see if anything else jumps out at me. It's a very long list. There's an awful lot of naval history. Thank you very much, Dinan Delale. Code Monkey says, have you been tracking Texas's dry dock effort? Yes, that was actually a big topic of discussion at the Historical Naval Ships Association conference. They gave us a big update on what they had done up till that point in September, which was very, very interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely keeping track of it. It's a very important thing, not just in terms of preserving Texas, but also it actually has a lot of interesting implications going forward in the future on how much you can change and how much work is necessary to preserve a ship for a very long time. Because of course they don't want to have to do this soon again. So there are a few minor changes being made to Texas to ensure that she has a nice long life going forward. And as other ships get older and older, a lot of the lessons they're going to be learning from what is being done to her will have some application to what they might be doing in the future to ships like Olympia or the various World War II survivors that are around. So that brings us to an end of the questions part, because we are now literally 5 minutes to midnight and my chair is creaking something awful. But as I said, I will give you a little bit of a spoiler alert for the US trip in February. So I'm going to be in the States for about 2 weeks. Some of it is going to be research. So obviously I will be doing that on my own, but I will be at various ships, a couple of which I'm still waiting to hear back from, but I am going to be on a few different ships on my way around the States. So the first one that is basically locked in is, let me just pull up the calendar so I know exactly what I'm talking about. USS Salem, assuming the weather is good. Well, if I say the weather is good, assuming the weather isn't so bad, it has to be shut. Now, USS Salem have very kindly said that they will open the ship weather permitting, even though they normally wouldn't. Normally they open the ship in April, but they're going to do a one-day limited opening. So there will be a limited number of tickets available, which I will advise everyone when they are available once they've sorted that out, which is probably going to be on Tuesday the 14th of February. It might be Wednesday the 15th, but it's definitely going to be that early part of the week commencing the 13th. So, but I'm going to say probably Tuesday the 14th of February. Or is it? No, sorry, it's going to be the 7th. Sorry, the 14th is a separate date. No, it's going to be the 7th of February. Or is it? Flip sake. Now I've got myself confused. No, it's going to be the 7th. Yeah, sorry, the 7th. Right, yeah, so 7th, possibly 8th, USS Salem. Limited number of tickets will be available. I'll let you know, obviously, when those are around. But if you happen to live in that approximate area, then that's an opportunity to come and say hi. Possibly Massachusetts, USS Massachusetts might be open around the same time. But we're still waiting to hear back from them. So if you're going to definitively count on something in the northeastern US, it's going to be Salem. Then on the 11th of February, which is a Saturday, I will be at USS New Jersey. So, and also hopefully, hopefully it all works out, Trent Hone, who wrote Learning War, he's been on the channel a couple of times, and also has more recently written a book on Admiral Nimitz. Excuse me, he will be there. So I think Battleship New Jersey is going to make something of a little event of it. Again, to be firmly locked in, and more information, tickets, etc. to be advised. So yeah, USS New Jersey on the 11th is definitely happening, just in exactly what way, shape or form still locking in. Then on the 15th, I will probably be in the San Diego Naval Museum. That's on Wednesday the 15th. And then, if I've got my dates correct, I believe it's, or is it with the 15th or the 16th? Somewhere around about that. Sorry, I'm doing this off of memory because all my schedule is downstairs on my computer. Downstairs. Or is it? Do I have... Possibly the wonders of combined account. I might have the schedule up here, then I can stop saying maybes. No, okay. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, basically some point around midweek of that week, somewhere midweek of the week commencing the 13th, I'll be in San Diego. So there's that museum which I will be at, and then at the latter part of the week there will be the Western. Flap's sake, I'm really tired. Western Naval Historical Association conference. Now I will be speaking at that conference, so if you want to hear me do a proper, conference presentation, then the WNHA conference aboard USS Midway will be the place to be, and there will be a limited number of tickets available. A very limited number of tickets available. So I don't know what happened with your ears at that point, whether that was the chair or the laptop trying to take off. But no, there's going to be a bunch of historians there. So if you've read any books by Vince O'Hara, or Len Hines, they were both appeared recently on the channel. Vince O'Hara has been on the channel several times. They're going to be there. I think Paul Stillwell's going to be there, so I think maybe, hopefully, he's the guy who wrote the book on Admiral Lee, so I hope he's there. I'm not 100% sure though. USNI are going to be there, US Navy Institute Press. I'm pretty sure Steve McLaughlin will be there. I hope so. So that's Russian and Soviet Battleships, the book that I got reprinted with USNI. So yeah, there's going to be a bunch of really good naval historians there. So again, more information will be forthcoming, so you can come and listen to that if you want. Those are the ones that are, broadly speaking, confirmed out, and and over the early part of the week, so some kind of 13th, 14th at some point, I will probably be in the Smithsonian, the Military History Smithsonian in Washington, DC. Again, exact time and date to be confirmed. So if you happen to be in that area, that's where I'll be. As I said, I know where I'm going to be for the most part for those 2 weeks, but a lot of it is going to be research trips, etc., etc. So as I lock in exact details with various museum staff, museum ship staff, etc., I'll be able to nail down more precise dates, times, locations, etc., etc., etc. But roughly speaking, it's kind of USS Salem, possibly USS Massachusetts, possibly another ship, Battleship New Jersey, Washington DC Smithsonian, and WHNA conference and Maritime Museum in San Diego. So those are the places that I will be. Hopefully I'll get to see some of you. It was a lot of fun meeting a bunch of you earlier this year, just about this year. Yeah, there will be some more content coming out of that trip as well from the various places I'll be seeing. Yeah, research isn't just going to be in archives. I will be going over and through ships as well. And to finish off, John Ashley Smith, if Battlefleet Gothic gets a reboot in 2023, Are you in? Oh yeah, yeah, I'm in. I mean, have you seen the 2.5 foot long strike cruiser and the 3 foot long imperial cruiser that are over there, and the custom-made Gloriana class battleship over there, and the 4 foot high stack of boxes that contain nothing but Battlefleet Gothic miniatures over there? Yeah, I'm a little bit in. Plus all the stuff that's been 3D printed. Yeah. Anyway, it's now 5 minutes after midnight, so I should probably go to sleep. So, see you all another time. Thanks very much for coming, everyone.